fruitless wait. After hitting the deck, entering the cabin, and coming to his room, Klein was just about to say something when Anderson Hood spoke before he could. "That's not right. If I were the passengers on board this ship, I'd definitely be very afraid and nervous to see an adventurer who just offended the King of Immortality. I'd either get the captain or first mate to convince you to switch to another ship, or I would switch ships myself. To my surprise, all of them are especially calm." This guy is very sharp. He's able to notice the minute details. Is this a real conspirer? Often acting happy-go-lucky, shooting off his mouth and being optimistic. But in actuality, he has silently grasped the situation and made his preparations. As Klein opened the door with his key, he began considering if the ship had any real problems. At that moment, Anderson raised his hand to slap himself in the cheeks before laughing dryly. "I get it. It happened just recently. The matter is only spread among a number of adventurers and pirates. Typical tourists and sailors wouldn't even know of this. Besides, people who know what you look like are definitely people with good intel, not ordinary people." Wow. He knows to answer his own questions. "Do you know that time is life?" Klein lampooned and entered the first-class cabin. It wasn't that he wished to enjoy comfort, but that he needed to watch over Anderson Hood. He didn't want this unluckiest hunter to bring disaster to the liner, so he had gotten him to book a first-class cabin for themselves. With a suitcase in hand, he walked straight to the master bedroom. Klein pointed at the guest room and the servants' room, and he said to Anderson, "Choose one for yourself." Anderson was taken aback as he turned agape. "You're very used to this." "Of course, I have rich experience in interacting with hunters. If Danitz were here, I would designate him to the servants' room." Klein didn't answer as he entered the master bedroom. 1:30. The steam engine whistled as the liner set off on time. After hanging his coat, Klein walked out of the master bedroom in pants, a shirt, and a vest. He looked out the window at the horizon. Thanks to the wind, the green waves ebbed as they spread along the outline of Tosgarter Island, inch by inch. "That's no way to see the full situation." Anderson came over and smiled. "You can only ensure that there are no problems from one of the flanks, and the death announcer might appear from the other flank or the front. The best option is to climb up to the crow's nest. Ha ha ha, there's definitely a crew member there, but an experienced hunter or pirate has 100 means to fool his senses." Klein turned around and looked at Anderson with a stoic expression. "Well said. I'll leave this to you." "Ah?" Anderson was taken aback. He snapped to his senses and asked in surprise, "You don't have any other means to observe?" Without any other means to observe, how was he to lay a trap for the King of Immortality? "No," Klein nodded his head with abnormal frankness. "I can only rely on you." "Who gave you the courage to leave under the King of Immortality's scrutiny?" Anderson was momentarily speechless. As he muttered to himself, "Don't stop me, I'm jumping ship." He left the cabin room and headed for the bottom of the crow's nest. In theory, King of Immortality Agalito, or the Death Announcer, should have long sensed my ill intent and sensed the danger that stems from me. Then will they attack? Will they believe that I'm at the level I show myself as, and that I don't have any help? Or will they suspect that some powerhouse who can interfere in their premonition for danger did something? Klein retracted his gaze from the door and looked once again at the sea outside. After a while, he suddenly sensed something as he quickly activated his spirit vision and turned his head to look to the side. The tall skeleton messenger burrowed out of the ground, the black flames in its eye sockets jumping slightly. It only revealed its upper body, so it wasn't too much taller than Klein. It looked at him at eye level and handed him a letter in its hand. Mr. Isaac replied pretty quickly this time. Klein politely nodded and received the neatly folded piece of paper. After the skeleton messenger collapsed and disappeared, he unfolded the letter against the sunlight coming in from the window. I'm very happy to hear about your advancement. Your travels have been more interesting than I had imagined. Those waters are indeed very dangerous. I vaguely remember that it might have to do with the source of the cataclysm. As for why there's a remnant aura of ancient death there, I'm not too sure. I will keep your warning in mind. Before completely recovering my memories, I will not enter those waters. The true creator's ravings aren't pleasant to the ears. I'm somewhat interested in the ring worn by Admiral Hell. However, I've recently been embroiled in some past matters. I might need some time before I pay him a visit. Upon seeing this, Klein couldn't help but smile. After replying to Mr. Isaac, I'll tell him that I have the means to lock on to Admiral Hell Ludwell's location. I must get him to bring me along with him when he pays a visit. Oh no, I didn't divine the location of the Murloc cufflink recently. I'm not sure if Ludwell has discovered it or thrown it away. Yes, I'll divine it above the gray fog after I confirm that the Death Announcer isn't pursuing me. Moving his gaze away, Klein continued reading. The ancient chronicles I received from Katerina does mention matters regarding artificial death. To put it simply, the former royal family of the Balam Empire, present upper echelons of the numinous episcopate, had gained inspiration from the hidden sage's sudden coming to life and turning anthropomorphic. They wish to let death, which is at present only a concept, to experience something similar. There's a possibility of it being fulfilled. Due to the indestructibility of Beyonder characteristics, the perishing of death doesn't mean that the corresponding Beyonder characteristics and authority has been completely lost. According to the chronicles, the corresponding research hasn't reached a breakthrough, but that was from centuries ago. The sequence 4 corresponding to Seer is Bizarro Sorcerer. The powerhouses from the Antigonus and Zaratul family left me with a deep impression. Even though I've already forgotten the details, my recollections are still able to bring me some feelings of fear. As for where to get the formula and ingredients, I'm not sure. Perhaps you can consider switching to neighboring pathways. I've already recalled matters regarding this. You can choose Sequence 4, Secret Sorcerer of the Apprentice pathway, or Sequence 4, Parasite of the Marauder pathway. However, I vaguely remember that these 3 pathways only allow switching at Sequence 3. Indeed, there's only a roads left. Klein forcefully produced a grin. After reading the reply, he took out a pen and paper and wrote down parts of the content he had already thought of, as well as asking about the exact definition of a mythical creature. After putting down the pen and paper, he wasn't in a hurry to summon the messenger. He planned to wait for the Death Announcer to appear before adding the request for help into the letter and then mailing it out. This way he could hold out for some time with the Sea God Scepter, and he might even have Mr. Azik tear through the spirit world to rescue him. When the time came, the two of them could join forces and have a chance to claim the Death Announcer as theirs. As for why he didn't write it ahead of time, it was because a devil might not come again due to their premonition for danger. Of course, Klein had no idea whether they could sense the exact contents of his current ill intent. After patiently waiting for a few hours, Klein heard the door open. When he looked back, he saw Anderson stroking the side of his face. He walked in with mixed emotions. The Death Announcer hasn't appeared. We've completely left the waters around Toscarter Island. The King of Immortality actually didn't seek revenge. This fellow is more impressive than I imagined. Anderson sighed inwardly. Klein gave a regretful nod, walked to his coat rack, and took his coat and hat in preparation to head for the dining hall. In a secret chamber, a small Red Gloves team was discussing a case they were on. Sol Ashura Soest held a chalk and pointed at a blackboard. The devil murder case this time has some similarities with the assassination of Duke Nagan in Backland. First, a human skin with its own smell and aura appeared. This is something that hasn't appeared in many of the devil-related cases in the past. Second, there's more than one devil. They take turns wearing the human skin in order to carry out their normal activities to conceal their partner's evil acts. Finally, they're suspected of belonging to the Beria family. At that moment, Leonard, who appeared to be listening attentively in the corner, couldn't help but recall something when his captain mentioned Backland. Having witnessed the complete destruction of the underground ruin, he wanted to find time for himself to investigate the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty. He had planned on starting from Sherlock Moriarty's former landlord, but his team took on an emergency case and began to investigate a new series of serial murders. He had no choice but to leave Backland. Leonard, what's your take on this? After Soest finished his briefing, he named Leonard Mitchell to continue. Leonard turned his head to the side in a daze and looked at the content on the blackboard. He quickly organized his words and said, I believe that it's not only a form of concealment, but is also a requirement of a particular ritual. Captain Soest, as you know, devils have many kinds of blasphemous and evil rituals. Reasonable deduction. Soest then gestured for another team member to speak his piece. Thankfully, old man has recently been catching me up on devil studies. Leonard heaved a sigh of relief and began attentively listening to the discussion of his team. After a 2-day voyage, the liner safely arrived at Oravi Island. After checking into a hotel, Klein said to Anderson Hood, Wait here for me. That demigod doesn't like strangers suddenly visiting. He didn't wish to expose the contact person of the life school of thought. I hope I'll live to see him. Anderson smiled bitterly as he wished himself good luck. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched, and he gave up saying anything further. He rode on a carriage and went straight for the Church of Storms's St. Draco Cathedral. Before long, he arrived once again in the small room in the magnificent bell tower, where he saw the tall, extremely asymmetrical and ugly bellman, Carnot. After hearing Germain Sparrow's intentions, the hunched Carnot nodded. I'll bring you to Mr. Ricciardo. He has already recovered and is no longer where he originally was. All right. Just as Klein gave a response, he suddenly recalled that Carnot was a product of the Church of Mother Earth's human body refining. He then asked a question. Do you know Frank Lee? Chapter 689. That's it? Bellman. Carnot's expression immediately turned odd when he heard Frank Lee's name. Yes, he's a kind and pure person, but at times his pureness is terrifying. Indeed. Klein made way and allowed the bellman to walk down the stairs. As he followed him down, he asked, Are you familiar with him? Carnot silently walked ahead, and after a while, he said with his back facing German Sparrow, I'm a failed product filled with all kinds of problems. I was always mocked, and only Frank was one of the few who looked at me normally, treating me as someone with a real soul. Why did he leave the Church of Mother Earth? Klein asked, despite knowing the answer. Carnot came out of the bell tower, answering while getting his bearings. I do not know about the specifics. He's an orphan. He grew up in the cloister from a young age. He really treats the church as a family and views Mother Earth as his mother. He has many strange ideas. He had the opportunity of becoming a diocese bishop, but he was later nearly sent to a tribunal for being sacrilegious. Frank mentioned this before. He was trying to crossbreed a bull, a cow, and wheat together. To be frank, if it were me, I would have sent him to the tribunal as well. This guy was fine early on because of his low sequence, limiting what he can do. Klein mumbled and followed Carnot down another street and arrived in the alley behind St. Draco Cathedral. Carnot walked in front of an ordinary building, pulled the doorbell thrice, each tug lasting 2 seconds. After a while, thudding sounds approached as the door creaked open. Klein immediately saw an elder in a black short coat with a hard cane. His hair was as white as snow, but he didn't have any obvious wrinkles. He wore a black eye mask around his eyes. "Mr. Counselor, Mr. Gehrman Sparrow is here to pay you a visit." "Counselor Ricciardo. He's Counselor Ricciardo. He's blind." Previously, Klein had only heard his voice without meeting him. It was no wonder he was surprised. Ricciardo turned his ear to the side and slowly turned his head towards Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. "Sorry I can only meet you this way. When I woke up this morning, I suddenly had a premonition that I mustn't open my eyes to see anything today. To prevent any accidents, I wore an eye mask. You can actually do that. He's in no way inferior as a charlatan." Klein was momentarily amused and surprised. Following that, he understood the correct interpretation of his premonition. He didn't want to see him. He remembered that Beyonders from the monster pathway were able to see things others couldn't see. Therefore, Snake of Mercury Will Ayepton was able to sense my uniqueness. And back in Tingen City, Adamasol's eyes bled and he collapsed to the ground simply from seeing me. Counselor Ricciardo sensed the danger and wore an eye mask ahead of time. Sigh, if not for that, I was planning on asking what he can see. Klein didn't have any penchant about forcing others to harm themselves. He held back his thoughts and asked, "Do you have clues to the mystical item I need?" "Not for now," Ricciardo said with a smile. "After I recovered from my injuries, I went to Bayam. I was lucky that there was some adjustments to the upper echelons of the Navy and Governor General's office, so I successfully rescued Roy King. But it wasted quite a bit of my time." Klein had expected this, as he said, without any signs of surprise. "Then I'll use this request to get another form of help. Sigh, I have a friend who is plagued with bad luck after interacting with a mural left behind by the Angel of Fate. He needs it completely removed." Ricciardo thought for a moment before saying, "No problem. Bring me over to him. Don't allow him to leave his residence, or there might be accidents." Klein nodded and walked towards the alley with his suitcase in hand. He took the opportunity to ask, "Mr. Counselor, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire?" From Klein's point of view, the Life School of Thought and the Rose School of Thought were at odds with each other, so it was likely that they knew each other very well. With cane in hand, Ricciardo slowly walked behind him to his right. He didn't need anyone to help him. It was as though he wasn't wearing an eye mask. He chuckled. "The Mother Tree of Desire is the Rose School of Thought's manifestation of the Chained God. However, I suspect that the truth is actually the reverse. The Chained God is one of the Mother Tree of Desire's many manifestations. My reasoning is that Red Light Moria claims that the mutant pathway's Sequence 0 is still unoccupied. Heh, you know about Sequence 0, right?" "Yes," Klein succinctly answered. He didn't even express his knowledge of the Great White Brotherhood. Ricciardo tersely acknowledged. "In short, no one knows the true identity of the Mother Tree of Desire, nor does anyone know what her pathway is. Perhaps that's her true identity. In addition, I can provide some indirect information. The Mother Tree of Desire and the Primordial Moon are at odds. There seems to be some irreconcilable conflict between them, and it's because of this that the Rose School of Thought views us as an enemy. However, at times, the Mother Tree of Desire and the Primordial Moon seem to have a subtle relationship. You might find it hard to imagine that the southern continent's shaman king, who worships the moon, joined the Rose School of Thought. The seven churches hate the true creator, primordial demoness, dark side of the universe, and the other evil gods. But their hatred for the primordial moon and mother tree of desire runs even deeper. Similarly, the Aurora Order, Demoness Sect, Blood Sanctify Sect, and Moses Ascetic Order do not like the Rose School of Thought. That's interesting. Mother Tree of Desire is one of the two most isolated ones. Klein stopped a carriage while in thought as he watched Carnot help Ricciardo up the carriage. He then entered the carriage and instructed the driver to bring them to a nearby hotel. Before long, the carriage arrived at their destination. Just as Klein was about to get off, he suddenly heard a loud bang. A rumbling explosion shook the entire street as glass fragments from a window fell to the ground. No way. Could it be caused by Anderson's bad luck? Klein's spiritual intuition told him that it was the case, but the unluckiest hunter had apparently lived. He turned his head to look out the carriage and saw that a huge chunk of wall had collapsed from the hotel's second floor. Flames and smoke remained. At this moment, a figure with disheveled blonde hair and messy clothes stood below as he muttered, "To think that there's such a daring person to trade arms in a hotel. New kinds of explosives especially. He nearly caused me to die without even knowing why. My suitcase." Klein looked down at the suitcase he was carrying and suddenly felt how great it was to be cautious. He turned around and helped Ricciardo down the carriage. Anderson sensed something as he turned his head to say with a bitter smile, "The arms dealers these days are too unprofessional. Thankfully, it's daytime and there aren't many people in the hotel. The owner sure is pitiful, having to suffer a certain loss. However, the gold they carry shouldn't be destroyed that easily. It should make up for his loss. I think your bad luck is responsible for a large part of the accountability." Klein nodded and said to Ricciardo, "It's him." Ricciardo then turned his head to Anderson, but his gaze was completely blocked by the black eye mask. He paused for a few seconds before smiling. "Give me a gold coin." "Oh?" Anderson took out a Lowen gold coin from the inside of his clothes, feeling suspect. Then he smiled at Gehrman Sparrow. "Tradition from my hometown. We sew a tiny pocket on the inside of our clothes to keep a few coins. I originally didn't believe in it, but I've been just too unlucky recently." As he spoke, he handed the gold coin to Ricciardo. Ricciardo received the gold coin, slowly closed his fingers before retracting his hand. He then laughed and said, "All right, your bad luck has been dispelled." "Ah?" Anderson stood there in shock as he looked at Gehrman Sparrow, as though saying, "That's it. Did you get a fraud?" Klein was surprised as well, but he chose to believe Ricciardo. After all, he was a fate counselor. Ricciardo put away the gold coin and chuckled. "The bad luck you received this time wasn't child's play. If you don't believe me, you can head over to the casino to try your luck." "Makes sense." Anderson clapped and immediately got directions for the nearest casino from a passerby. After a while, he returned in a clean and decent jacket. He looked at Ricciardo and instinctively opened his mouth. He was suddenly taken aback as he forcibly closed his mouth and thanked him with a grin. After the demigod was sent on a carriage, he leaned in towards Gehrman Sparrow and wistfully said, "I was planning on saying that, although you're blind, you really are amazing when it comes to the domain of fate. Thankfully, I recalled in time that he's a demigod. If you had really said that, you might have the chance of becoming the hunter who died immediately after having his bad luck removed." Klein didn't echo his sentiments as he said, "Can you tell me the clues to that revolver?" As creeping hunger had great limitations, he still wished for a more conventional offensive mystical item. Anderson combed his hair and chuckled. "It's in Byam. It's from a friend I used to know, a very powerful adventurer. As he got sick of the unstable and dangerous life, he used his savings to buy a few spice gardens and found a lady to marry. He then completely left this line of work we're in. He recently had a child, and his thoughts changed again. He began to wish that his child would be brought up in a better and safer environment with better educational prospects, so he plans on moving to Backlund. There are the best grammar schools and public schools there. He doesn't wish to rent a place in Backlund, but he also doesn't plan on selling his gardens that constantly earn him money. He happens to have an excess when it comes to mystical items, so he plans on selling that revolver. Back then, I was in a rush to follow the treasure hunting expedition into those waters, so I'm not sure if he succeeded in the end. However, few people can buy something worth nearly 10,000 pounds at once, so the transaction won't close that easily." "All right, bring me to him," Klein replied simply. At that moment on the Golden Dream, Donitz was horrified to realize a problem. His captain hadn't appeared in 3 days. Chapter 6, 190, Miss Messenger. Under the sunlight, the Golden Dream emitted golden lusters as if it was a mobile treasure. Donitz stood inside the captain's cabin, pacing about endlessly. He attempted to recall everything that had happened over the past few days in a bid to find a clue. 3 days ago, his captain, Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, wanted to do a study in which she might not appear for 10 to 20 hours. Therefore, all corresponding classes were cancelled. In regards to this, Danitz and company didn't find it odd. These happened frequently. They were delighted that they didn't need to attend classes. Hence, there was drinking, singing, and a bonfire party held on the ship. They were only short of burning down the Golden Dream, but they had a great time. But with the passage of time, everyone gradually felt that something was amiss, including the somewhat slow Danitz. Their captain, who should have finished her studies within 24 hours, didn't appear the next day. She didn't even get anyone to send her food or light beer, which was used as water. After patiently waiting for half a day without seeing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, the sailors mustered the courage to knock on her door. To their horror, there wasn't any response. Under the first mate, Brew Walls's lead, the pirates opened the captain's cabin and found it empty. They then went to the collector's room and other places, but they failed to find her. Based on past experiences, their initial guess was that their captain had suddenly thought of something and left the Golden Dream in a rush, while using some mystical technique or emulating someone else's beyonder powers without leaving a letter behind. Later, Danitz and company attempted to contact her, using methods like the Soulfall ritual, but they failed to receive a response. All they could do was search the captain's cabin and other places as they convinced themselves to wait patiently. 3 days passed, but Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina didn't appear nor reply. It left the sailors panicking. "Dogsh asterisked, any results from your divination? Didn't you claim to be an expert?" Danitz turned towards flowery, bow-tie Jodsen in frustration. Jodsen, with his black hair that was dyed gold, rubbed his temples and said in a rather mellow voice, "They failed. Every divination method used to find her has failed. But for now it can be confirmed that Captain is still alive. It's just that her whereabouts are unknown." The first mate, Walls, who had short, grayish curly hair, nudged his monocle and said, "We need to seek help. None of Captain's collections have been lost. She didn't even bring her essential mystical items with her when she left. This means that the situation was very sudden and unexpected." "Whose help can we seek?" another boatswain, whose waist was swollen, Bucket Daniels, asked anxiously. Brew Walls raised his silver-patterned knife to his aquiline nose and said, "Return to the western shore." Between the lines, he was hinting at seeking the church of the god of knowledge and wisdom that backed Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. "That won't do. To go from the pirates' playground to the western shore, we will need to pass the Sonia Sea, the North Sea, and the Berserk Sea. Then we will cruise through the Fog Sea for a very long period of time. Captain can't wait that long. Anything might happen to her at any time," Flowery Bowtie Jodison said. "We have to immediately find someone we can quickly contact and provide us with help on short notice." Donitz wanted to curse Dogsh *T when he suddenly had a light bulb moment. There was only one person he could quickly contact, and that was Gehrman Sparrow. Furthermore, this crazy adventurer had never hid the fact that he was good at divination and also had a mysterious background. "Perhaps that madman can find Captain. He's often able to do the impossible." Donitz tugged at his collar as he felt his worry and frustration ease a little. He raised his chest and looked around. Then he cleared his throat and said, "I have a candidate. I can immediately contact him. Besides, he's very good at divination." Just as he said that, Gourmet Brew Walls, Flowery Bowtie, Jodison, Iron Skin, Barrel, and company turned their heads at him in unison. With their eyes red, they roared, "What are you waiting for?" Donitz silently left the captain's cabin and returned to his room. He unfolded a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and followed his captain's teachings by writing a greeting followed by some pleasantries. Suddenly, he stopped writing. He felt that the excessive politeness and small talk didn't match his goals for seeking help. "Dogsh *T, Donitz cursed as he tore up the piece of paper. Right on the heels of that, he wrote on a new piece of paper, "Help. Captain has vanished." Well, although Gehrman Sparrow is a madman who can't be comprehended with common sense, he probably won't be able to understand such a letter. "Dogsh *T. Donitz cursed himself again as he ripped up the second letter. He calmed himself down and contemplated for a few seconds before penning a third time. This time, he simply wrote what happened after his captain's disappearance. He also included the location of the Golden Dream, and he minced his words by asking Mr. Gehrman Sparrow if he could provide help to a cooperating partner. Divination needs something. Just as Donitz folded the letter, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten something. He rushed back to the captain's cabin and found a pearl earring that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina often wore. After doing all of this, he took out his notebook that was filled with all sorts of mysticism knowledge. He flipped to the corresponding page and unfamiliarly set up a messenger summoning ritual with his past experience. After placing a gold coin on the altar, he took 2 steps back and recited in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name, the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to Gehrman Sparrow." Howling winds resonated as the candlelight on the altar rapidly burgeoned before being dyed a pale whiteness. Rayonette Tinneker appeared at a decent speed, still wearing her complicated black dress, while holding 4 beautiful and identical heads. Donitz imagined that the messenger would bite the gold coin and the envelope containing the paper and earring like the last time. But to his surprise, the 4 heads in Rayonette Tinneker's hand automatically turned around, surveying the area before finally looking towards the captain's cabin. A few seconds later, 2 of the heads in Rayonette Tinneker's hand bit down onto the gold coin and the envelope. After the strange messenger vanished, Donitz exhaled and wiped his forehead, feeling a baffling sense of pressure. Ravi Island, in the room of another hotel. Klein was just about to get Anderson Hood, who had won quite a fair bit of money, to purchase the tickets to City of Generosity biome when his spiritual perception was triggered. He quickly activated his spirit vision and saw his headless messenger, Renette Tinneker, appear by his side at some point in time. In her hands were 4 beautiful heads. She's not like the skeleton messengers who I can detect the moment they appear. My spiritual perception is triggered only after she completely enters the real world. Klein received a letter from the teeth of one of Renette Tinneker's head while in thought. At the same time, he noticed that Anderson's spiritual perception was no way weaker than his. He too had reacted. "This is a messenger?" Anderson asked in disbelief, as though he had heard of such things but had never seen them before. Klein nodded without expression as he tore open the letter. "A pearl earring?" Klein unfolded the letter in puzzlement. By his side, Anderson came over out of curiosity as he sized up Renette Tinneker as he tisked. "There's an indescribable sense of bloody beauty." Just as he said that, his hands suddenly rose up to grab himself by the throat. The grip was so tight that his tongue extended out as he foamed at the mouth. As for Renette Tinneker, who had nothing above her neck, she didn't show any further reaction. Klein turned his head over and seriously studied the situation before looking at his messenger. He then silently mumbled, "Resembles Miss Sharon's abilities. Miss Messenger belongs to the prisoner pathway. No, I can't be sure. She's a spirit world creature, so being good at such things is very normal." Realizing that Anderson was about to suffocate, Klein leisurely said, "That's enough. He still needs to lead me somewhere." One of the heads in Renette Tinneker's hand turned over as she glanced at Anderson with her bloodshot eyes for a second. Following that, each of the heads' mouths spoke one after the other. "Still can lead you by making into zombie." As she said that, Anderson's hands finally stopped and left his own neck, leaving obvious deep finger marks on it. "Phew, phew." The strongest hunter panted as he bent his back, retching. Klein quickly scanned the letter and saw that it was from Danitz. This famous pirate wrote to him, saying that Vice Admiral Iceberg had mysteriously vanished and was in need of help. Just as he moved his gaze away from the letter, Klein was surprised to see Renette Tinneker was still around. This doesn't make mystical sense. Shouldn't a messenger disappear after sending the letter, appearing only when summoned again? Klein deliberated and asked out of curiosity, "Is there anything else?" Awaiting your reply. "Letter," Renette's forehead said one after the other. "How do you know that I'll reply?" Klein glanced at Anderson, who hadn't recovered, and confirmed that the strongest hunter didn't notice the words that didn't match German's persona. The heads in Renette's hand said once again, "Her disappearance is very odd. How do you know that?" Klein instantly imagined that Miss Messenger had secretly read Denitz's letter. The heads with the long blonde hair simply rolled up and said a phrase each, forming a complete sentence. "I investigated the ship's situation. My messenger is a part-time scout. Miss Renette Tinneker, will you be a hired goon in the future? I wonder if I need to make additional payment." As Klein lampooned in thought, he said, "No rush, I'll reply later." He planned on heading above the gray fog to use Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's earring to do a divination. Renette Tinneker didn't say a word as she vanished silently. "Ahim." Anderson finally recovered as he stood straight. He gave German Sparrow a flabbergasted look. Your messenger is a demigod." Chapter 691. Meeting. There's no need for you to tell me. I've more or less confirmed it moments ago. Upon hearing Anderson Hood, Klein wore a calm expression as he mumbled inwardly. Aye, back when he encountered Raynette Tinker in the spirit world, where he saw her massive true form and Gothic-styled castle, Klein already believed that she wasn't someone to be messed with. And with Miss Messenger almost killing the strongest hunter with such ease, it made him believe without a doubt that she was a demigod, a sequence 4 at the very least. A demigod is willing to help me deliver letters for a gold coin per trip. It's obvious that things aren't that simple. Miss Messenger must have her motives. Of course, I can't disregard how I'm always encountering all sorts of strange matters. It might have piqued her interest, and she doesn't mind being a messenger since she happens to be free. Similar situations include Erod's fawning and Snake of Mercury Will Osseptin's friendliness. Regardless, I should be wary and not fully trust her. Before having a chance to discuss similar matters, I shouldn't consider blowing the harmonica whenever I encounter danger. Who knows if Miss Messenger will just directly rip me to shreds? Klein instantly had many thoughts go through his mind while he continued wearing a stoic expression. Faced with the alarmed Anderson, all he did was slightly nod his head. It's none of your business. This guy is really mysterious. A spirit world creature at the demigod level is his messenger. Besides, he casually knows a demigod that's good at improving a person's luck. It's no wonder he's so calm and composed after offending the King of Immortality. It's no wonder the King of Immortality didn't dare to seek revenge or even appear. Anderson suddenly came to a realization, as he couldn't help but carefully size up Gehrman Sparrow. Oh, Klein emotionlessly swept his gaze at the strongest hunter. Anderson hurriedly retracted his gaze as he chuckled dryly. I realized that you're very suitable to being the main lead of a figure painting, the kind that has a dark, gloomy background. This really accentuates your bearing. How about it? Do you want to consider it? I can help you draw a portrait. Believe me, I'm a master at this. Klein couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He lifted his golden pocket watch and opened it. Return to your room. I'll come for you in 5 minutes. All right, Anderson replied with a beaming smile. After the strongest hunter left, Klein took out a Zeke's copper whistle and Will Osseptin's paper crane before entering the bathroom, where he set up a ritual. After placing Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's pearl earring above the gray fog, Klein sat at the end of the long bronze table. There he conjured a pen and paper and wrote a simple divination statement. Edwina Edwards's location. Holding the paper and earring, Klein leaned back into the chair and recited the divination statement as he entered a dream with cogitation. First, a gray world occupied his vision. Following that, plains blanketed in ice and snow were reflected in his eyes. The howling snowstorm enveloped everything as the area was covered with thick fog. It didn't appear like a real frontier. Klein quickly saw Edwina's figure. Her long brown was tied up simply at the back as the rest of it fluttered wildly in the snowstorm. Dressed in dark-colored trousers and a white waist-fitting shirt with complicated flowery patterns along the collar and sleeves, she gave off the feeling as though she was frail in such an environment. Edwina's feet, which were clad in leather boots, kept moving across the snow, leaving behind a series of clear footprints, but they were quickly wiped away by the violent snowstorm. The screen shattered in turn as Klein opened his eyes. He realized that he couldn't interpret Vice Admiral Iceberg's actual location from his divination's revelation. The poles, Fay-Sack's Plains of Evernight. There's no way to confirm. Apart from the snowstorm, there aren't any features. Klein sat up and put down the pearl earring and the paper with the divination statement. Sigh. After contemplating for a few seconds, he confirmed another matter. Edwina Edwards had really vanished. She wasn't in the Golden Dream, but it could also eliminate the possibility that it was a trap. Klein cautiously performed some divination on this matter, and received the result that there weren't any traps on the Golden Dream. After some thought, he left the mysterious space above the gray fog and, via a series of procedures, brought the pearl earring back to the real world. Recalling the map of the waters around Oravi Island and the present location of the Golden Dream, Klein selected an uninhabited island that fishermen used to seek shelter from storms. In the letter, he got Danitz and company to steer their ship to somewhere not too far from there. After folding the letter, he blew his harmonica and once again saw Miss Messenger holding up the 4 heads. While handing over the reply letter, Klein coughed slightly and said, "Can you confirm Danitz's location?" One of the heads in Raynet Tinneker's hand nodded before the rest spoke. Yes, as long as he's not beyond range." Seeing that Miss Messenger remained floating there without any signs of leaving, he said with his eyes looking to the side, "The gold coin will be paid by Danitz." "All right." Raynet Tinneker's figure quickly phased away. "Whew." Klein exhaled. After some precise preparations and dealing with the scene, he carried his suitcase, which he had finished packing, and walked out of the room. He then knocked on Anderson Hood's door. "We'll go somewhere else first before heading to Byam," he calmly told the strongest hunter of his decision. "You can choose to wait for me in Byam or follow me." Anderson gave a cheeky smile and said, "I can feel my adventurer's blood burning in me. I'm very curious as to what matter that messenger has brought. I thought I had no means of knowing better, but to my surprise, you actually invited me." "I didn't. I'm only giving you 2 choices." Klein coldly turned around and walked to the staircase. Anderson hurriedly carried his newly bought suitcase and followed behind. Out of the hotel, Klein took a carriage to leave the port city. Then he walked to the periphery of an uninhabited cliff on Mount St. Draco. Looking at the waves crashing into the cliff below, Anderson looked around in surprise. "This is our destination?" Klein ignored his question. He took out a charm made of tin and softly chanted the incantation, "Storm." He infused his spirituality and split the charm into 2, half of it for himself, while the other half was used to augment Anderson. The remaining one was thrown down the cliff. Underwater breathing, deep-sea membrane. Anderson identified the additional supernatural effects applied to him in surprise. At that moment, there was a loud splash beneath the cliff. A massive creature that resembled a whale surfaced from the sea. It was entirely dark blue in color. Its mouth was open, revealing its white teeth and blood-colored interior. Klein walked to the edge of the cliff and jumped straight down. With the charm's powers, he gently landed in the undersea behemoth's mouth. Anderson watched blankly before he jumped down in excitement, landing beside Klein. The massive undersea creature closed its mouth, turning the interior pitch black. Then it submerged itself and began swimming for its designated destination. Inside its mouth, Klein's eyes produced a flash of lightning as he saw through the darkness. He found a tooth to lean against as he casually sat down. Due to the protection from deep-sea membrane, he wasn't afraid that his clothes would be dirtied. "Man, this is quite fascinating." Anderson surveyed the area and asked curiously, "How did you come up with this? How are you doing this?" "Of course, it's by praying to myself, then using the sea god scepter to pull a suitable undersea creature from nearby." Klein didn't reply Anderson's question. He half closed his eyes as though he was resting. "It's just a little stuffy." Anderson took out a cigar case and matchstick from his pocket. "Can I smoke in here?" "Ask it." Klein didn't open his eyes. Anderson chuckled dryly before putting away the cigar and matchstick. I don't think it will like the smell of tobacco. In the dark sea, this massive creature swam quickly, efficiently drawing out the oxygen in the water via the use of its special organs from time to time. After an unknown period of time, it surfaced in front of an uninhabited island. After using the charm's power to go ashore, Klein took off his hat and bowed at the undersea creature. "You're very polite," Anderson said in amusement when he saw this scene. "I've always been very polite, even if I'm facing prey." Klein shot a glance at him as though he was including him. Anderson chuckled dryly as he pointed to the other side of the island. "There's a ship there. Oh, it's the Golden Dream." At that moment in time, Klein had also seen the sailboat that had been scrubbed clean. On the ship, spanning dozens of meters, a lustrous main cannon that didn't belong there was swirling with stacked symbols. He immediately went over with his suitcase, and before long, he arrived where the Golden Dream was anchored. Then he saw Danitz jump down from the deck as he ran across the water. Just as Danitz arrived before Gehrman Sparrow, deliberating on what to say, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. "Anderson Hood," he pointed at the strongest hunter as he yelled. Anderson immediately roared with laughter. "You didn't expect me, right?" Although he didn't know why he would encounter the Golden Dream, this didn't stop him from having the idea of occupying the ship by force. "You know each other." Klein indifferently swept his gaze towards Danitz. Danitz instinctively shuddered as he forced a smile. "This guy isn't a good egg. In the Fog Sea, he's often pursued by a bunch of pirates, but in the end, all of those pirates would end up as bounty rewards. You might not be aware, but he started off in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Later, he was banished after failing his exams repeatedly. I heard all of this from Captain. They were former classmates." He gave Anderson a look of contempt, mocking his low intelligence. As for Flowery Bowtie Jodison and company on the ship, all of them showed similar expressions. Anderson's gaze slowly swept across their faces before tisking. "That's not the main point. The main point is that I once pulled at your captain's hair." The scene instantly turned extremely silent as Danitz couldn't stop his expression from twisting. Chapter 6, 192. Suspect. Seeing everyone on the Golden Dream aim their sights at Anderson, Klein took a step forward and said to Danitz, his side facing him, "Bring me to the captain's cabin." All right. Danitz retracted his angry glare aimed at Anderson Hood. "Prioritize Captain's rescue. Prioritize Captain's rescue," he kept repeating to himself. The Golden Dream first released a dinghy before lowering a gangway, allowing Klein to easily step onto the deck without using a charm. Anderson followed by his side, completely ignoring the glares of the Golden Dream's crew. With a smile, he strolled forward as he looked around, treating it as his own home. His mental fortitude is truly beyond remarkable. Yes, even after offending a demigod where he was forced to apologize in public and accept a mission, he was able to laugh at himself and enjoy a meal. Klein sighed inwardly as he walked towards third mate Jodison and company. "Hello, Mr. Sparrow. I'm this ship's first mate, Brew Walls." A 1.8-meter tall man with a monocle politely bowed. "The pirate gourmet who's worth 6,200 pounds. The bounties on Vice Admiral Iceberg's pirate crew are clearly lower than Admiral of Stars. They live up to being treasure hunters who happen to be part-time pirates." Klein greeted him using Gehrman Sparrow's style of politeness. "Hello, I've heard about you." "Haha, it's my honor. I'm only a treasure hunter who dreams to be an artisan, but I ended up having to be a gourmet," Brewwall said in a self-deprecating manner. He pointed to the man beside him and said, "Our second mate, Singer Orpheus. Bounty of 5,500 pounds. The Beyonders on the Golden Dream all have very odd nicknames. I didn't know that they were the subordinates of a pirate admiral. I would have definitely believed them to be a traveling crew who sing and enjoy good food while holding bonfires as they seek out legendary treasure. It's truly a beautiful life." Klein cast his gaze at Orpheus and nodded. The singer had deep sculpted outlines and a head of resplendent blonde hair. He said with a sad smile, "Actually, I'm only praising the sun, but now Mysoon has disappeared." Klein nearly felt goosebumps all over him. "Tisk, as expected of someone from Intais, he speaks like he's singing. What a pity I grew up in Siger in Lemberg and didn't pick up this ability," Anderson said with a chuckle. It wasn't clear if he was praising or degrading Orpheus. After all, half the blood flowing in his veins was Inti's blood. Born in Signor and later studied in Lemberg. Yes, it was likely a church school. He's classmates with Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina. Mr. Orpheus is definitely from the Sun Pathway, but he's unlikely to be from the Church of the Eternal Blazing Sun. From his bounty, he's likely a Sequence 6 notary. I almost forgot to inform Little Sun that I have his formula. I wonder what he will use in exchange this time. Klein turned towards Flowery Bowtie Jodison and Bucket Daniels before Gourmet Brew Walls introduced. "We've met. Let's not waste any time." "All right." Brew Walls heaved a sigh of relief, stroked his short beard, and led the way into the cabin. If it wasn't for how famous Gearman Sparrow was on the ship, he wouldn't have been that polite. At that moment, Anderson deliberately stayed behind, walking alongside Danitz, Orpheus, and company. He looked to his left and right, unfazed by how the surrounding pirates looked like they wanted to rip him apart. He laughed with a tisk. "The one you should be wary of isn't me." "Yes, we aren't wary of you. We only want to stuff you in. See that? Into that cannon." Danitz wasn't afraid that Anderson was the strongest hunter. After all, they were on the Golden Dream. There were plenty of pirates, and many of them were Sequence 6 or 7 Beyonders. Anderson curled his lips. "I'm actually not a threat. Think about it. Your captain definitely hates and detests me. She wouldn't even want to speak to me. Isn't that ideal?" Danitz turned agape, but he didn't say a thing. He suddenly felt that what the pile of dogs *T said made sense. The looks in the eyes of Orpheus, Jodison, and company also subconsciously turned gentle. Anderson chuckled as he looked at them. He said in a rather ethereal tone, "The person you should be wary about is Gearman Sparrow." "Why?" Danitz blurted out. "Although he's a madman that warrants the need to be wary of him, he's not an enemy at the moment," Danitz silently added. Anderson laughed. "I'm assuming that Gearman successfully finds your captain and rescues her. Will your captain have fond feelings for him as a result? Besides, he looks pretty good. He has that cold and aloof aesthetic and is strong. He's at the level of a pirate admiral, and his background is especially mysterious. He's completely compatible." "How? Is it possible?" Danitz wished to retort, but he was momentarily at a loss for words. He felt increasingly more convinced that things weren't right. Orpheus and company had their expressions collapse bit by bit. They looked at Gearman Sparrow's back with a newfound sense of wariness. "Resolved. The provocation problem from before has been resolved." With a smile, Anderson walked into the cabin. When he arrived inside the captain's cabin, Klein first circled the room, which was nearly filled with bookshelves. On it were all kinds of books. "The average captain's cabin is filled with racks of alcohol," he silently mumbled, before walking straight to the desk by the window. According to Danitz's description, Edwina had vanished during her research. Therefore, finding traces of her research was Klein's goal. After he gathered enough information, he would head above the gray fog to divine the matter. At that moment, the desk was a mess with many things placed on it. There was white paper, a fountain pen, an ink bottle, a bronze dagger, and untidily stacked books. In the middle of the desk was a book made of goatskin. Its dark brown cover had the words, "Grossel's Travels," written in ancient face sack. Isn't this one of Vice Admiral Iceberg's collections? It has a mysterious origin and is suspected to be related to the dragons and City of Miracles. Livseed. Edwina was studying this before she disappeared. Klein looked at the book and instinctively made a guess. Seeing German Sparrow study the ancient book, Danitz forced a smile and said, "There's nothing wrong with it. We have already inspected it." "Is that so? I seriously doubt your meticulousness." Since someone had flipped it and there weren't any obvious abnormalities with it, together with the fact that Klein determined that Danitz was saying the truth with his spiritual intuition, Klein reached out for it and asked, "Have you read Grossel's Travels?" Danitz shook his head. Brewalls, Orpheus Jodson, and company shook their heads as well. Their expressions seemed to say that their daily studies were tiring enough. They didn't wish to read any other books during their breaks. Swiping his fingertip across the yellowish-brown goatskin, Klein carefully and seriously read each page. Soon, he arrived at the spot where the pages were stuck together. From the corner of his eye, he saw what was written in it. "Hey, that's not right." His gaze focused as he hurriedly flipped 2 pages back. He clearly remembered that his previous read stopped at Giant Grossel and his team preparing to challenge the Frost Dragon, the King of the North, in a head-on clash. There was nothing after that, but now there were 2 more pages. It also meant that the stuck pages had thinned, and the book had 2 more pages. The chapters came to a halt for 1,000 years before it was continued. These are the fruits of Vice Admiral Iceberg's research. This also led to her disappearance? As Klein lampooned, he frowned as he read the additional content. The 2 pages described a lost female pirate. She encountered the King of the North in a blizzard, and she was nearly killed. Only by using all her strength was she successful in escaping before meeting the main lead's team who were here to challenge the Frost Dragon. There's the addition of a female pirate. Female pirate. Klein ruminated over this description as an idea suddenly came to him. Could she be Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina? She entered the book and became a character in the story. With this idea in mind, Klein quickly realized certain problems. Taos Arodis mentioned before that the past owners of Grossel's Travels vanished. Grossel's Travels has a giant from the Dark Epoch, which is also the Second Epoch, an elf, an ascetic from the Third or Fourth Epoch, a Solomon Empire noble, and a Fifth Epoch Loan soldier. The times are extremely chaotic. If they were all the past owners of Grossel's Travels who disappeared, that will solve the problem. They do not belong to the same period, and they were swallowed by the book, becoming a character in the story. Klein found his theory ridiculous as he thought about it, but it was highly likely. In the world of mysticism, this isn't impossible. I have to confirm it. Besides, what did Edwina and the past owners do to be swallowed by the book? And what should I do to release them? Klein retracted his gaze and thought deeply in silence. Soon he looked up at Danitz and company. Prepare items like candles. I will be praying for an answer from a secret existence. And that secret existence is myself, Klein added inwardly in jest. He really is professional and crazy. Gourmet Brew Walls and company didn't dare to speak further. They hurriedly provided the materials before leaving the captain's cabin. They didn't dare to watch such dangerous rituals unless Gehrman Sparrow requested them to do so. Inside the captain's cabin, Klein locked the door, closed the windows, and quickly set up the ritual. Then he brought Grossel's travels above the gray fog. After placing the ancient book at the end of the long bronze table, he sat down and conjured a pen and paper. He then scribbled a divination statement. Edwina is in the story of this book. Chapter 693, Attempt. After putting down the fountain pen in his hand, Klein removed the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, holding it in one hand and letting it hang down over the paper in close proximity. Edwina is in the story of this book. Klein closed his eyes and silently repeated the divination statement. After he recited the statement, he opened his eyes and saw the topaz pendant spinning clockwise. This meant that Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina was inside Grossel's travels. It really is a world inside a book. Furthermore, the situation inside is very special. Without new characters, the story isn't able to continue. Klein indiscernibly nodded, wounding the silver chain and the topaz pendant around his wrist again. He picked up a dark red fountain pen and wrote a new divination statement. The method to entering Grossel's travels. This time he used dream divination. In the gray, hazy world, he saw indistinct figures. The figures were of varying sizes, some huge, others slender. The thing all of them had in common was that they held a book with pages of yellowish-brown goatskin. The following developments branched off into two scenarios. A number of them vanished silently with Grossel's travels on them. The others would accidentally or deliberately drip their blood on the cover while carrying Grossel's travels with them before suddenly vanishing. The scene shattered, and Klein opened his eyes to see the modeled table in front of him. He frowned as he made an interpretation. To enter or activate Grossel's travels, it either needs prolonged contact with it to a certain extent, or you would need to drip one's blood onto the cover. Isn't that too simple? Perhaps. It's really that simple. In the story, the Loan soldier's first appearance was as an ordinary person who didn't know mysticism. With the help of his companions, he slowly became a disciplinary paladin. Therefore, the activation method isn't too complicated. An ordinary person is able to accomplish it. Small number of researchers before this, including Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina, were beyonders with sufficient amounts of mysticism knowledge. They knew not to rashly drip their blood, otherwise death might occur without them even knowing it. This is akin to ordinary people using the correct form of magic mirror divination. It's very easy to provoke a powerful existence or secret existence. It's why no problems happen to them. Furthermore, Edwina keeps Grossel's travels in the collector's room most of the time and only interacts with it occasionally. As such, it was only when she recently had a new research concept that she had prolonged contact with it, completing the condition required to activate the book. Yes, even Rhodes only knew that there's something strange with the book. Many of the past owners had vanished, and it's suspected to have something to do with the dragons and City of Miracles, Liveseed. This means that Grossel's travels will interfere with its surroundings when being activated. Therefore, most of the collectors in the past do not know of its problem, and had no thoughts of studying it. The owners who disappeared likely aren't limited to the ones in the story. The others might have died for all kinds of reasons, failing to leave their names in the book. Klein focused again and made another divination, hoping to obtain the method to leave Grossel's travels. This time he saw a more tempestuous blizzard in the gray, hazy dreamscape. He saw a gigantic figure at the top of an ice peak. It was a translucent dragon who remained nearly 5 meters tall while standing on all fours. It resembled a lizard's cousin and had an ugly face with eerie blue eyes. It had a thick, powerful tail and a pair of gigantic wings covered in a skin membrane on its back. It seemed to blot out the sky simply by spreading its wings. Its scales resembled ice crystals as they swirled with a crystalline glow. It was the most beautiful and dreamy part of its entire body. Suddenly, the dragon, which resembled an ice sculpture, raised its neck and body, and it let out a terrifying roar that penetrated through the blizzard. At that moment, it reached 10 meters tall by standing up on its hind legs. King of the North, that frost dragon. Klein left the dream and tapped the armrest of the high-backed chair. His interpretation of the divination revelation was that the key to leaving Grossel's travels lay with the King of the North. Klein's initial guess was that only by helping the main lead, Grossel accomplish his goal, slaying the frost dragon, would the story come to a complete end, opening a passageway to exit the book. However, I can also attempt to see if I can forcibly break open the barrier between the world in the book and the real world. Klein relied on his rich experience to quickly come up with an attempt. He first picked up the Black Emperor card, which was facing down, and he infused it into his spirit body. Suddenly, Klein's body was covered in black full-body armor. On his head was a heavy crown as his aura became majestic and dignified. It exuded an awe-inspiring vibe. Following that, he stirred the powers of the mysterious space above the gray fog to the limit, making them surge over like a tidal wave. Upon seeing this scene, Klein didn't hesitate to summon the Sea God Scepter from the junk pile before he infused his spirituality within. The blue gems on the end of the bone scepter lit up one after another, emitting a blinding luster. Countless silver bolts of lightning surfaced as they zapped about the grand palace, as though they were forming a sea of lightning. Finally, Klein used the suppressive power and balance from the Black Emperor's loftiness to infuse the stirred powers into the lightning storm. Rumble! Thunder resonated above the gray fog and into the distance as thick bolts of lightning smote down, striking Grossel's travels. Blinding light enveloped the entire palace for a full 20 seconds. After everything was over, Klein looked at the target again and discovered the mottled table was in shambles. As for the dark brown leather book, it was completely unharmed. Only its ends curled up a little. It's far more impressive than I imagined. That's right. How can an item which can create a whole new book world be simple? I wouldn't have made a loss buying it for 8,000 pounds back then. It can be used as a shield. It can definitely defend against attacks from saints. The only problem is its tiny size. It won't be able to shield much. Klein's thoughts raced as the bronze table was quickly restored to normal. Since there was no way to forcibly tear open the barrier between the world inside the book and the real world, he could only consider how to enter it according to the normal procedures. Get some blood, bring it up here, and smear it across the cover, and then enter as a spirit body with the Blood Emperor card and Sea God Scepter. This way, I don't have to worry about encountering King of the Five Seas Nast, as there's no way he can sense it. He won't be able to enter the world inside the book either. But the problem lies in the fact that rescuing Vice Admiral Iceberg this way will allow her to determine that Gehrman Sparrow is Hero Bandit Black Emperor. Yes, there's a more important problem. Entering with a spirit body means that the body is still in the outside world, the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream. I have no idea how time flows in the world inside the book. It might easily be a few days. That way my body might meet with an accident since it lacks protection. I'm in unfamiliar territory as well. When the time comes, I might rescue Edwina, but I would find myself gone. That would be fun. Klein quickly rejected the idea of entering as a spirit body. He didn't trust most of the people on the Golden Dream, and he also felt wary of the strongest hunter, Anderson. His attempt to divine if it was dangerous to enter the book to rescue Edwina was met with failure. Klein thought deeply for a moment before returning to the real world. Then he unhurriedly brought back Grossel's travels and removed the traces of the ritual. Looking out the window at the impending dusk, he walked to the captain's cabin's door, unlocked the door, and opened it. Gourmet, Brewalls, Singer Orpheus, and company were all outside. None of them had left. There were even sailors who peeked their heads out from the staircase. "Any clues?" Brewalls blurted out his question, but he didn't hear his voice, because everyone at the door was asking the same question. Klein swept his gaze and nodded. Instantly, he heard sighs of relief. Then he saw all kinds of happy and excited expressions. If I were to vanish one day, who would act like that? Klein focused his thoughts and said to Danitz, "I need an assistant." With that said, he turned to walk to the desk. "All right." Danitz hurriedly followed and familiarly locked the door. "Is there anything you need of me?" he hurriedly asked. He looked as though he could already see his captain being rescued through his hard work. Klein stood by the desk and solemnly said, "What happens next will be very dangerous." "Very dangerous?" Danitz instinctively gritted his teeth. "You might vanish or even die immediately." Klein told him the worst possible outcome. Seeing how serious the madman, German Sparrow, was, Danitz instantly understood the gravity of the situation. His heart sank as he subconsciously became frantic. What does this have to do with rescuing Captain?" "It's directly related," Klein answered succinctly. Danitz's expression twisted as he fell silent for 2 seconds. "What will happen if nothing is done? Your captain might be left there forever, or she might die in the next second," Klein said truthfully. Danitz turned agape as he closed his mouth in silence. His eyes turned adrift for a few seconds before they focused back on German Sparrow's face. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's begin." "Dog-T," he softly cursed himself. Klein picked up the pen and paper on the table, scribbled a note, and folded it into a square before handing it to Danitz. "Put it into your pocket. Read it after you enter." "Enter?" Danitz asked, puzzled and clueless. As he spoke, he automatically took the paper slip and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. Klein didn't reply as he pointed at Grossel's travels. "Smear some of your blood on the book's cover." "This?" As Danitz made a vague guess, he picked up the bronze dagger beside him and nodded heavily. "All right. Chapter 6, 194. Burn upon Chanting." Danitz held the bronze dagger and sliced across the back of his left palm, but his hesitation prevented him from using much strength. He looked up and forced a smile. "Oh, although I've been injured many times, pain still leaves me afraid." "Get to the point," Klein replied coldly. Danitz gave a hollow laugh. "Haha, I'm just a little scared of pain." Just as he said that, he exerted strength with his right hand, slicing open a wound on the back of his hand with the bronze knife. The words he had said was apparently to divert his attention so that he could reconcile with the idea of pain. Blood quickly seeped out as Danitz immediately put down the dagger. He dabbed some blood on his right finger and smeared it across the dark brown cover of Grossel's travels. After finishing that, he held his breath, waiting for a change. Suddenly, he saw a snowflake the size of a goose feather. Strong winds howled by his ears, and immediately a biting chill wildly drilled into his body. Although Danitz was mentally prepared, he was still alarmed. He instinctively looked around to confirm where he was. He realized that at some point in time he had left the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream. He found himself in a land of frost wrecked by a blizzard. Due to the extreme environment, he couldn't see into the distance at all. He couldn't even tell if he was on a mountain or on a flat plain. I've really entered a strange world. Captain is here too. Donitz held up his hand to block his face, afraid that the snow would get into his eyes. He calmed himself down and recalled Gehrman Sparrow's instructions. From his pocket he hurriedly took out a piece of paper that had been folded into a square, and he carefully unfolded it. While doing this, he was especially afraid of any accidents that could lead to the paper tearing or being blown away. That would make him lose all hope, but thankfully none of that happened. He saw the contents written by Gehrman Sparrow. Recite the following honorific name in Hermes, but preferably in ancient Hermes. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. Burn this upon Chanting. This is a secret existence at the level of a deity. Due to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's strict education, Donitz wasn't illiterate when it came to mysticism. He even had quite a good foundation. Looking at the piece of paper in his hand, he subconsciously drew a gasp, sucking in the cold wind and ice-cold snowflakes that left a biting cold. He immediately coughed as his expression turned twisted. Oh, he was now able to confirm one of his past theories. Gehrman Sparrow really did belong to a powerful and very secretive organization, and the organization consecrates an existence known as the Fool, a godlike existence. Indeed, such a powerful and crazy fellow can't appear out of nowhere. They don't just sprout out of the ground. Donitz tugged at his collar and tightened his clothes. Looking at the piece of paper fluttering in the wind, he wore a clear look of hesitation. He knew very well how dangerous it was to recite the name of an unknown secret existence whose intentions were unknown. It could lead to an outcome more terrifying than death. Captain is also trapped here. Furthermore, there's no way of leaving. Donitz clasped his hands and placed them before his mouth. He suddenly threw out his hands and used ancient Hermes to recite the fool's honorific name. On the golden dream in the captain's cabin, with his own eyes, Klein witnessed Donitz turn illusory without any reason before disappearing. There was no longer any question about how entry into Grossel's travels could be achieved. After patiently waiting for a moment, he heard a series of illusory pleas, and it clearly came from a man who, from the looks of it, Grossel's travels is unable to block out the gray fog. The world inside the book is still connected to that mysterious space. This way, even if I were to enter, I wouldn't be entirely cornered or lack any trump cards. Klein didn't hide his sigh of relief. To confirm it, he took 4 steps counterclockwise while chanting the incantation. After arriving above the gray fog, he saw the brilliance representing Donitz rippling outwards beside the fool's high-backed chair. The body and soul enter together. The world inside the book is very stable. There's no way to shatter it just by pulling the spirit body. Indeed, if it's possible, the divination from before would have received the corresponding revelation. Using the sea god's scepter is too dangerous. Bestowing Donitz directly will only speed up his death. Klein half closed his eyes as he emanated his spirituality. After taking everything in for a moment, he arrived at many conclusions. He didn't delay and returned to the real world immediately. Holding the bronze dagger, he wiped away Donitz's blood on it with a piece of paper. After folding a piece of paper and putting it into his pocket, he began to consider his next move. From the looks of it, smearing blood allows direct entry. This way, I don't have to worry about my body suffering any accidents. Furthermore, I can very quickly resolve the problem. But similarly, I can't be careless. I have to be careful of any other dangers. If there's anyone on this ship that might be problematic, they might be able to sneak into the captain's cabin after I enter Grossel's travels, sacrifice this book to the true creator, primordial demoness, or hidden sage. I'll be in trouble then. I'll definitely suffer something worse than death. The Golden Dream sailors mostly seem to be infatuated with Vice Admiral Iceberg. The fact that Anderson's superficial provocation was effective enough proves this. Therefore, telling them that this involves Vice Admiral Iceberg's life and getting them to watch each other so that no one enters, that will put me at ease. The problem lies with Anderson. He's the strongest hunter. He's stronger than any of the Beyonders on board this ship. Furthermore, he's good at ambushes and infiltration. There's a small possibility that he can avoid the monitoring of others and secretly sneak into the captain's cabin. His background is still too dubious, and I have no way to really trust him. I have to think of a way to get him to enter Grossel's travels with me. Amidst his thoughts, Klein flipped through the ancient book covered in yellowish-brown goatskin. He discovered that there wasn't any new content, and the story lacked traces of Darnitz's existence. This is to say that one needs to successfully survive and meet up with the Leeds team before they will be considered a true part of the story. That will make more pages appear. Klein made a preliminary guess as he walked to the door again and opened it. Did it succeed? Flowery Bowtie Yordison and company asked. Klein shook his head and said calmly, "Next up will be a long ritual. No one is to enter and disrupt it. Otherwise, it will lead to Edwina Edwards' disappearance forever, or even her death." After informing them of the main point, he looked around and directly said, "I suspect that one of you here might have problems. Everyone is to watch each other." Gourmet Brew Walls instinctively wanted to retort out of habit when he suddenly saw the captain's cabin was empty. Darnitz, who had just entered, was gone. Recalling the captain's disappearance and confirming that Gehrman Sparrow was about to attempt to save her after finding the cause of the problem, he nodded and said, "I'll be in charge of this matter. And they will also monitor me." Klein didn't harp on the topic. He then turned to look at Anderson Hood, who was leaning against a wall. "Come in." Anderson curled the right side of his mouth as he tisked. "People not in the know might think I'm your subordinate. Your attitude is basically a role model for provokers." Despite his grumbling, he straightened his back and opened his stride before entering the captain's cabin. After closing the door and locking it, Klein turned to face Anderson. "Are you interested in participating in a rare adventure? You might be able to fulfill the achievement of hunting a dragon." According to his observations over the past few days, he believed that Anderson Hood was a curious and adventurous hunter. He enjoyed learning about new things and experiencing novel forms of excitement. Anderson stared at Gehrman Sparrow's face and sized him up seriously before smiling. "I'm not interested." He firmly shook his head. Following that, he chuckled before Klein spoke again. "I smell danger. A highly conceited, crazy, and powerful adventurer is actually inviting me to adventure together. What does this imply? It means that it's extremely troublesome and dangerous. I thought you would be interested. This is different from how you usually act. You really can rein yourself in and let go of yourself." I'll try another threat. If it doesn't work, I'll throw this fellow on a deserted island and let the Golden Dream sail off. We'll pick him up later. As a hunter, survival on a deserted island shouldn't be difficult for him." Klein quickly made up his mind as his gaze immediately turned cold. He looked at Anderson and said, "I will not permit having latent risks around myself." Anderson was stunned for a second before he quickly smiled. "Oh, haha, it was just a joke. I'm very interested in the title of Dragon Hunter." You changed your mind way too quickly. If you had insisted a little longer, you could have enjoyed the feeling of being abandoned. Klein nodded, walked back to the desk, and said to Anderson Hood, who had followed behind him, "Smear your blood on this book's cover. There's no need for too much." "Smear it." Anderson scrutinized Grossel's travels out of curiosity before surveying the area. "Edwina's disappearance is related to it. Same for that failure of a hunter's disappearance. All right. Blazing Danitz. I nearly forgot his name. Thankfully, his bounty is a bit higher than before." The corner of Klein's mouth twitched as he replied frankly, "That's right." "Interesting." Anderson glanced at the desk, picked up the bronze dagger, and indifferently sliced open a bleeding gash in his hand. Right on the heels of that, he carefully put down the dagger and smeared the blood on the dark brown cover of Grossel's travels. After a few seconds of observation, just as Anderson was about to pick up the bronze dagger and wipe off the remnant blood on it, his vision was suddenly blanketed by a blizzard. Seeing Anderson disappear just like Danitz, Klein picked up another piece of paper and wiped away the blood on the dagger before folding it and putting it into his pocket. He wasn't sure if the trio would appear at the same location after entering the world inside the book. Therefore, he made preparations by having materials needed for dowsing rod seeking. After doing all of this, Klein held that dagger and streaked it across the back of his hand. His facial muscles twitched as he looked diagonally downwards. Only after a few seconds did he exert strength. His body shook slightly as his head turned to the side. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but open. When the blood flowed out, Klein, who was still holding the dagger, grabbed his cane and quickly smeared the red liquid over the ancient book's cover. After a short delay, Klein found himself amidst a white land of snow. Chapter 6, 195, Stark Contrast. Gales with icy fragments and goose-feather-sized snowflakes blasted at Klein's face repeatedly. As he surveyed his surroundings, he couldn't help but tense up. He bent over slightly as he trembled. How cold! He nearly cursed out as he confirmed that he was in a land of ice and snow which had extremely low visibility. He originally imagined that the moist coldness of Backlund's winter was terrifying, but he now knew that absolute low temperatures and strong winds that were as sharp as blades were a deadly combination. Even though he had worn an additional sweater ahead of time and his coat was thick and long, he still couldn't withstand the chill. He didn't wear a sun brooch because the heat generated was psychological. It could be used to resist the influence of the intense chill for a short period of time, preventing his body from turning numb. But faced with an everlasting icy environment, it was equivalent to suicide. Heat at the psychological level made one's pores open up as though one was in summer. It would peel off the final layer of defense against low temperatures, and it would even proactively welcome it. Therefore, Klein threw the mystical item above the gray fog. He planned on using it only on certain special occasions. He couldn't afford to delay while in such harsh environments. After a preliminary observation of his surroundings, he immediately burned the blood on the bronze dagger and stuffed it into his pocket. Following that, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. Amidst the howling winds, he failed to discover the appearance of Miss Messenger, Tinaker Rinette, through the spirit vision he activated. Indeed, this place isn't connected to the spirit world. Or it should be said that this place has a unique spirit world for itself. From the looks of it, praying to Sea God would be useless. Only charms that point to the mysterious space above the gray fog would tear through the barrier. Here comes the problem. As a believer of the God of knowledge and wisdom, Edwina knows the true God's honorific name. Why didn't she seek his help? Or did she try to no avail? Yes, not every deity will personally reply to their believers. Many a time, they seem to provide feedback based on certain laws. You probably can't find a second secret existence like me who takes on jobs like myself. Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh and made a preliminary judgment. He then put away his harmonica, took out the paper slip with Danitz's blood, and he wrapped it at the end of his cane. Danitz's location, Klein softly said as he began using dowsing rod seeking. Then, according to the outcome, he traversed across the thick snow, and he quickly tore through the frosty winds under the gloomy sky. From time to time, he would carry out a divination and adjust his bearings. After all, Danitz wouldn't wait in his original spot, as he would end up as an ice sculpture by doing so. About 10 minutes later, Klein discovered a scarlet flame. Phew! He exhaled before taking a few steps forward to identify his target. It was indeed Danitz. This famous pirate wore rather thin clothes. He wrapped his arms around himself as he walked forward with a lost expression. However, he didn't seem to be that cold. This was because scarlet fire ravens were circling around him. They were boiling the snow and blocking out the winds, bringing about a spring-like warmth. In such times, Klein especially admired a pyromaniac. Although a magician had the same ability to summon flames, it was an offensive ability that couldn't be maintained. It could only be used for a split moment. To rely on it to warm himself, he needed to constantly cast it, tiring himself out quickly. As for flame controlling, it depended on existing flames or ignitable materials. Both of them were extremely lacking in this world of ice. As he saw the fire ravens soaring into the air, Klein sped up his pace and approached. Danitz jumped in fright when he sensed someone approaching. When he saw who the newcomer was, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, with an odd expression, he forced a smile. "Ha-ha, there's no stars to be seen here. Getting lost is inevitable." Klein ignored what he said as he directly asked, "Have you burned it?" "I did." Danitz hurriedly nodded, his entire being effusing with indescribable fear. Klein observed Danitz for a few seconds and, after confirming that he wasn't lying, produced the polite smile of Gehrman's sparrow. "Remember, chanting his honorific name makes you his believer." Danitz's expression twisted as he forced a smile which looked worse than crying. "I don't want to change my faith. I have no intention of believing in an unknown existence of dubious origins." He inwardly roared crazily, but didn't say a word. He suspected that any retort he makes would lead to him being buried in the snow by the madman. Klein wore a smile that had hints of madness. He added with a calm tone, "Remember, keep it a secret. Once divulged, you and your captain will both die." "What has this got to do with Captain?" Danitz blurted out. Klein maintained his previous expression as he smiled at Danitz. "Guess?" Danitz gaped his mouth. With the reason known, all he could do was give a hollow chuckle. "Do I look like someone who can't keep secrets?" Klein nodded. As he took out the paper slip with Anderson's blood, he chuckled and said to Danitz, "Believe in him. Serve him. Perhaps one day you will become a blessed like me. When the time comes, your name will spread across the 5 seas. You will be in no way inferior to a pirate admiral." As he spoke, he planned on adding a gesture as the fool's believer, but sadly he realized that he didn't have such a gesture. All he could do was console himself. A secret organization needs to be secret. Doing all these kinds of superficial actions is meaningless. Mr. Hanged Man was right. No way inferior to a pirate admiral. Danitz's eye suddenly lit up. Since I have already chanted the honorific name of this secret existence, there's really no way to avoid it from a mysticism point of view. I might as well take this opportunity. He instantly had many thoughts, having even named his future child. If it wasn't for Garamond Sparrow's persona, I would have directly said that you would have the reputation and strength that matches Vice Admiral Iceberg when the time comes. Of course, whether she likes you will be a whole other matter. According to my observations, you stand little chance. The partner Edwina wishes to have is someone who can study and improve alongside her, someone who can discuss all kinds of knowledge, Klein mumbled as he used dowsing rod seeking again.
welcome back again. Apologies, I keep apologizing at the start of these things. Really sorry to ruin your flow here. I keep forgetting that these things aren't fully long, and I let the live stream go way over time. So sorry about that. It just stops randomly and just silence. So I'm gonna make sure I'm not doing that for this one. Thank you guys for being here and just enjoying these with me. And yeah, enjoy. Have a great day. Hopefully you're having a good day so far. If you're not, I hope this kind of encourages you or just helps you through it a little bit. And yeah, have a good one.
Anderson Hood's location. He came in too. Danitz was first taken aback before he asked in surprise. Klein finished chanting the statement, released his cane, and determined the direction in which it fell. He then nodded and said, "I'm worried if he stays outside." "So you're also wary of Anderson Hood." Danitz couldn't hide his smile as he echoed, "That's right. He's the kind of person who smiles on the surface, but will stab you in the back once you turn around. His reputation in the Fog Sea is terrible. There are no pirates that like him. He even deliberately tried to sully you, making us be wary of you, to view you with animosity. If pirates were to like him, it would only mean that his title as strongest hunter isn't substantial. I heard Anderson's provocations." Klein didn't reply. He picked up his cane and proceeded through the blizzard. Danitz followed closely behind, using fire ravens to scatter the snow and block out the cold, so that they too didn't need to freeze. Not bad. Quite sensible. At that moment, Klein once again experienced the benefits of having a servant. To have someone hold an umbrella during a rainy day, and someone to provide warmth in a blizzard. In the white vastness, the two appeared like black dots trudging through the snow. They proceeded forward for nearly 20 minutes before arriving at the location where the dowsing pointed to. "He isn't here." Danitz surveyed the area and failed to find any traces of Anderson Hood. He didn't have any doubts about Gehrman Sparrow's dowsing rod seeking, because he was the last person to be found with it. Klein frowned as he activated his spirit vision and enhanced his spiritual perception. Suddenly, he sensed something. He prodded forward with his cane, causing the snow in front of him to collapse. The collapse revealed a cave. Inside it were dark rocks that were reflecting the light from a fire. Klein crouched down. In his vision, he discovered that the cave extended into a narrow passage, and at the end of the passage was a bunch of glowing red rocks. Strange underground plants were slowly burning as Anderson Hood sat beside it. He was leisurely roasting an animal that resembled a rabbit. The fragrance of the fats and the warmth it brought were emanating out, drilling into Klein's and Danitz's noses. "You guys are finally here? Want to give it a try? There's actually a strange rabbit around here that can live in such ice and snow." Anderson bent down, looking towards the entrance as though he was greeting companions on a camping trip with him. Although he didn't say anything provocative, I really wished to beat him up. Klein entered the cave with a stoic expression. He came close to the fire and experienced the long-awaited bliss. Danitz followed in tow. He looked at the fire, which was roasting a rabbit, and then at the fire ravens beside him, before silently dispelling them. "How did you find this cave?" Danitz asked in disgruntlement, unwilling to admit his inferiority, but his body betrayed him by leaning closer to the fire. Anderson turned the rabbit which was impaled with his pitch-black sword, and he shot Danitz a glance. "First lesson of being a hunter. Observe your surroundings. Be familiar with your surroundings. Make use of your surroundings." Donitz's expression immediately froze. Anderson looked at Gehrman Sparrow and chuckled. "It's a cave I blasted open. How is it? It's not bad, right? I controlled my strength perfectly." As he spoke, he took a whiff of the air and said, "How fragrant. The roasting seems to be done. Do you want to give it a try? Although I didn't bring any spices, there's rock salt here. It will just be a little astringent. Are you sure you can eat this? If it's a Beyonder creature, you might lose control with just one bite, Danitz said with a tisk. Anderson glanced at him. Second lesson of being a hunter. Distinguish what can and cannot be eaten in the wilderness. He carefully reached out his hand, pulled off a leg, and stuffed it into his mouth as he ate it with relish. Klein was just about to say something when he suddenly felt a wanton aura approach from afar. The suppressive feeling that came from a high-leveled creature appeared extremely real. It made Danitz tremble uncontrollably. The aura swept across them without noticing the strangeness of the cave beneath it. It then quickly departed. King of the North. The title flashed across Klein's mind. Chapter 6, 196, Giant Guardian. As the tyrannical aura flew past high in the sky, Anderson's chewing came to a sudden halt. It was only when the entity was a distance away did he swallow the remaining rabbit meat. He looked up at German Sparrow. That was the dragon you were talking about? Klein nodded slightly, confirming Anderson's guess. The corners of Anderson's mouth slowly curled up, revealing an expression as though he was at a loss on whether to laugh or cry. I thought you were talking about a mature or adolescent dragon, the one that just flew past. I probably won't be able to become a dragon hunter. Dragon feces, perhaps. The tyrannical feeling that the King of the North exudes is indeed a little terrifying. Compared to the pieced-together monster which made hair grow without restraint on the future, it's a lot stronger. Perhaps it's a sequence 4 at the level of a demigod. Klein calmly made a judgment without revealing any hints of panic or horror. He clearly remembered that Grossel's travels had clearly indicated that the female pirate had managed to succeed in escaping from the King of the North's attack before meeting up with the team led by the main lead, Grossel. And Edwina Edwards clearly wasn't a demigod. She was a sequence 5 of the reader pathway. Furthermore, as she was suddenly swallowed by the book, certain mystical items and sealed artifacts that she didn't permanently keep on her person were left in the captain's cabin. The tools she had that were useful to her were probably limited to 1 or 2. Under such a situation, she was able to defend against the King of the North and survive. Having just advanced and having adjusted his inventory, Klein believed that it wouldn't faze him too much. Furthermore, he was still connected to the gray fog. He could use the Sea God Scepter to produce a response. This was also why Klein dared to enter, directly after confirming that Danitz was in an ordinary state during his prayer. Yes, the King of the North doesn't seem like a demigod from a normal pathway. According to Vice Admiral Iceberg, it's a rampager who gathers frost-related Beyonder characteristics, and it can match a demigod in certain domains, but would have flaws in other aspects. Edwina, Anderson, and me, along with the Beyonders of the main leads team, we wouldn't be helpless. If all else fails, I can still use the Sea God Scepter. I don't believe that this book can defend against items above the gray fog. If it could, it would have shown it long ago. Standing beside the fire, Klein looked down at Anderson and grinned. Are you afraid? Anderson was taken aback as he immediately beamed. Not at all. You seem to be very confident. After saying that, he looked at Danitz, who was still trembling and trying hard to compose himself before tisking. Do you know what's the most important thing for a man? Danitz had just taken a deep breath. He was stunned by what he heard as he held his right index finger and middle finger together, pointing to his crotch with uncertainty. Anderson blinked before he roared with laughter. Be ****, you really are a crude pirate. Haha, I wanted to say something, but haha, I can't remember it. Oh right, I wanted to say courage. Courage is the most important thing for a man. Look at you. The dragon hasn't even attacked, and you're almost hugging your head and begging for mercy. Danitz's face instantly flushed red as he glared at Anderson. You weren't acting like this back at Toscarter. Klein couldn't help but lampoon. Danitz was just about to make it clear that he was only influenced by the high-level creature when he suddenly recalled what was just said. His expression was immediately restored to normal as he casually replied, I can't compare with dragon feces at all. Anderson's smile froze as he coughed lightly. As though nothing had happened, he yanked off a rabbit's leg and handed it over to Gehrman Sparrow. You want a bite? Klein remained silent for a few seconds before he slowly shook his head. You can't. This is a strange world. Before confirming that there aren't any problems, it's best not to eat anything here. Perhaps it might be a piece of rabbit meat that will make you stay here forever. Anderson moved the roasted rabbit's leg to his nose before slowly putting it down. Following that, his face collapsed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Klein calmly replied, I just thought of this problem. Anderson's expression turned twisted as he lowered his head. He quickly bit down on his roasted rabbit leg. Aren't you afraid that something really bad will happen? The strongest hunter's actions alarmed Danitz. Anderson laughed helplessly. I've already eaten one earlier. I've already digested it by now. Since there's no way of turning back, I might as well focus on enjoying it. Klein and Danitz were momentarily at a loss for words. After Anderson finished gnawing on the rabbit's leg, he deliberated and asked, Are you really not eating? We have no idea how much time we'll be spending here. If we really do starve, how are we supposed to fight the dragon? Klein didn't reply. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. It's 6:10 in the evening outside. We'll eat a little after 4 to 6 hours if nothing happens to you. Anderson turned agape, speechless. Klein ignored him and turned to say to Danitz, 15 minutes break. We'll search for your captain after that. As he said that, he had already taken out the pearl earring belonging to Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. All right. Danitz suddenly felt pumped with his blood boiling, completely forgetting the cold outside. But after about 8 seconds, he huddled close to the fire again. Around 7 in the evening in the outside world, Klein pressed down on his hat and held his cane. Together with Danitz and Anderson, he followed the revelation provided by his divination and found their way to a mountain. After circling the boulders, which were encased in thick layers of ice, they saw a dark mountain cave. Standing by the entrance was a woman holding an ancient bow. The woman had a head of soft, lustrous black hair, which she had simply tied into a pigtail. Her facial features were soft, making her look different from any national of the northern continent. She wore a brown, ancient-styled hunter's coat and trousers. She acutely cast her gaze over. Upon seeing her slightly sharp ears, Klein immediately guessed her identity from matching her to the content in Grossel's travels. She was the female elf who got to know the giant Grossel at the very beginning. Her name was unknown. Compared to Earth, people from the northern continent look more Caucasian, but this elf has more of an oriental charm. Klein quickly concluded this particular trait. An elf. She's identical to the elves drawn in the ancient church drawings. Anderson suddenly became excited. I have to negotiate with her to get her to be my model so that I can draw a few portraits of her. By the side, Danitz scoffed. He mocked in a succinct manner. Boorish. Clearly, he hadn't forgotten Anderson's previous mockery. Chicha, do you only know of that kind of drawing? Anderson shot a glance at him, sped up, and walked towards the female elf. Just as he approached, the female elf didn't hesitate to raise her bow. The arrow strung on it shimmered with silver lightning. Ooh, Wait, Anderson immediately raised his hands. It's useless. The elves mostly belong to the storm pathway. They are prone to being irascible and rash. Klein secretly activated his spirit body threads, planning to achieve initial control over the elf in order to let her listen calmly. At this moment, Anderson saw a blur before seeing two thick, huge, muscular, grayish-blue legs. Embedded in the snow was a huge, terrifying sword. Anderson was horrified to realize that his height only reached the leg's knees. He instinctively followed the sword and looked up, bit by bit. With his head almost completely facing upwards, he finally saw the giant who was nearly 4 meters tall. The giant's skin was grayish-blue. His abdomen and waist was covered in a thick, furry beast hide, leaving him naked everywhere else. Even his legs lacked protection. He pounded on the sword, which was wider than a human door, and using his trademark single vertical eye to look at Anderson, Klein, and Danitz, he asked with a booming voice, "Who are you? Why are you here in the Grossel camp?" Klein was just about to reply when a familiar figure suddenly walked out from the dark mountain cave. Donitz's eyes were instantly filled with ecstasy. Dressed in a complicated shirt and dark-colored trousers, Edwina swept her gaze across the trio. Her usually cold expression revealed a rather flabbergasted look, as though she hadn't expected to see Gehrman Sparrow and Anderson Hood here. She quickly composed herself and looked up at the giant. "Grossel, they are my companions." Grossel widened his huge mouth into a grin and asked in delight, "Are you also here to help deal with Ulisan?" Ulisan. Klein was momentarily left at a loss for an answer. At that moment he saw Edwina, who was standing in the giant's shadow, give him a look. She wanted him to give an affirmative answer. "Ulisan is the king of the north," Klein replied in thought. "Yes." Then we are friends." Grossel looked down at the trio and laughed. As he spoke, Anderson silently retreated back to Gehrman Sparrow's side as he said under his breath, "This is the first time I'm meeting a living giant. There's no way of hitting his vital spots. He's just too tall." "You can hit his legs," Klein lampooned and calmly replied, "A huge target makes it easy to strike them." "That's right," Anderson agreed. At that moment, Edwina walked over and introduced the three of them. "This is the leader of the camp, Giant Guardian Grossel. This is the elvish songster, Ciatus." Elvish songster, ocean songster. Klein suddenly felt that there was hope for Mr. Hanged Man's potion formula. Edwina turned halfway around and said to Grossel and Ciatus, "They are my companions. The strongest adventurer, Gehrman Sparrow, treasure hunter, Anderson Hood, and renowned sailor, Danitz. I always thought Vice Admiral Iceberg was the serious type who never lied. Renowned sailor. In a certain way, that's true." Klein took off his hat and gave a serious bow. Anderson followed suit in a rather casual and perfunctory manner. Reeling in his delight that his captain had introduced him as a companion instead of a subordinate, Danitz was slower than the others as he acted in a fluster. Grossel laughed. "Come on in. We will be fighting that evil dragon, Ulisan, at any moment now." How warm and amiable. But be it the church's canon or the myths of the City of Silver, giants are extremely violent creatures who have a strong desire for destruction. Yes, anything is possible in a book. It all depends on whether the author can make everything flow nicely. Klein nodded slightly as he followed Grossel into the spacious cave. When Edwina saw this, she approached the trio without showing any signs of abnormal behavior. As though she was leading the way, she whispered, "The history they speak of is a little odd. Same for their language. Regardless of the language they speak, All of us can understand it. Chapter 697, Story's Progress. Everyone can understand each other regardless of the language used. Klein skipped over Edwina's first sentence and focused his attention on the second sentence that didn't seem too problematic. Although this was the book world created by Grossel's travels, everything was possible, but there were certain details that still revealed problems. To Klein, he wasn't too caught up with how that they could understand each other, but the kind of method that resulted in the comprehension. This world incorporates something akin to the rule of language comprehension. Or does it have a conscience residing high above everyone else, helping in the real-time translation work, just like what I do at the tarot gatherings? If it were the former, targets who don't understand Jotun will only hear an unfamiliar language, but they would understand the meaning. If it were the latter, it will be them hearing a language they're familiar with. As he knew many ancient and supernatural languages, Klein was unable to figure out the situation immediately. He slowed down his footsteps and walked alongside Dunitz. He asked while suppressing his voice, "Can you tell what language Grossel was using when he was speaking?" Dunitz was taken aback for a second. He recalled and said, "It's a language which sounds a little familiar, yet unfamiliar, but I was able to understand everything." The supernatural languages he knew were ancient Hermes, followed by Elvish. He was only a beginner in Jotun. Yes, it's something like the rule of language comprehension. It's comprehension at the level of the mind. This means that the entire book world's fundamental rules can be different from the outside world. It's a setting that it comes with, but the changes don't seem capable of exceeding certain limits. This point remains suspect and requires verification. After all, I can't eliminate the existence of someone like the Fool, someone who completely interprets the communication via the mind. Edwina is indeed sharp and good at observing. The problem she discovered leads straight to this book world's essence. Amidst his thoughts, Klein unhurriedly entered the huge dark cave. As for the history described by the members of the main lead's team, he wasn't the least bit surprised. He even looked forward to hearing the details. Klein long knew that the various churches and the northern continent's countries had consciously attempted to destroy or conceal information, to hide the true history of the Fourth Epoch, Third Epoch, and even the Second Epoch. What people knew as common knowledge actually differed from the people who used to live in those eras. This was also one of the reasons why Klein took on the risk to enter the book world. Inside the spacious and windy cave, a bonfire scattered its light and heat on 3 humanoid figures. One of them was a middle-aged man in an extremely Spartan white robe. He had wrinkles but didn't appear old. He had his back to the fire as he faced the stone wall with his eyes closed, focused on his prayers. He had short brown hair, and his shoulders, arms, calves, and feet were exposed, revealing all kinds of old scars. Beside him was a lad using a stone for a pillow. He donned a black, heavy, full-body armor. By his hand was an erected black sword that emitted a cold, shimmering light. His facial features were rather deep, giving him clear Loan traits. Sitting opposite the two was a man in his 30s who was dressed strangely. He gave people a sense of unease. He wore a sharp and hard black hat, and his coat's buttons were mismatched. It was messy and chaotic, highly asymmetric and unharmonious. In addition, the tips of his leather boots curled up high, making him look like a circus clown. This man had quite a handsome face. He had flaxen-colored hair, deep brown eyes, a high nose, and thin lips. Even though he sat there, he gave off an arrogant feeling. Edwina pointed at him and said, "Solomon Empire's Viscount Mobay Zoroast, a gentleman who can take away the ideals and dreams of others. You don't have to mince your words. Hello there, I'm a Sequence 5 Dream Stealer of the Marauder Pathway," Mobet said with a chuckle. He acted nothing like the arrogance he seemed to exude. A member of the Zoroast family. The angel parasitizing Leonard's body is from this family. Perhaps they know each other. Heh, I now know the name of Sequence 4 and 5 of the Marauder Pathway, but I don't even know the corresponding Sequence 6 and 7. Many thoughts flashed through Klein's mind as he maintained his stoic look. At that moment, Anderson warmly greeted him with a smile and asked as though they were pals. To be frank, this is the first time I'm hearing of Dream Stealer. I only know of Marauder and Swindler. There are 2 sequences in the middle I'm not aware of. Are the Beyonders of this pathway already so scarce? Doesn't Edwina know? Sequence 7 Cryptologist and Sequence 6 Fire Bandit. Haha, let me do the introductions. Mobay warmly pointed to the praying man whose back was facing everyone. The pious ascetic, Snowman. He believes in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. Don't mind him, he's completely sealed himself in his beliefs, but in combat he's a very reliable companion. Hey, Snowman, you should say something at the very least. Mobet, who didn't receive a response, stroked his chin with a rueful smile. This is the treatment I often receive. You might find it hard to imagine that I was an arrogant, reserved, and refined nobleman. But time has changed everything. That happens when your companion is a giant who only knows how to chuckle foolishly and shout slogans. When he said this, Grossel, who was sitting on a rock, smiled in a simple and good-natured manner. He raised his hand to scratch the back of his head, as his single vertical eye didn't show the ferocity and cruelness that giants were strongly rumored to have. Mobet shook his head and pointed at the ascetic, Snowman. As for him, he might not speak a single word for years, or even a decade. Ciatas is a very violent woman. As long as there are any emotional stirrings in her, she'll beat me up. Sigh, I'm as afraid of her now as I was infatuated over her back then. Therefore, I can only make conversation and speak to them. Otherwise, I'll definitely go mad. Thankfully, Frunziar came later. He's quite the conversationalist. Hey, Frunziar, wake up. We have new companions. The sleeping black-armored knight slowly woke up as he looked at Klein and company. Suddenly, there was the sound of metal striking each other as he stood up. Staring at Klein, he said, "Loanise." Yes, Klein nodded frankly. He discovered that this Loan soldier, who had gone missing for 165 years, didn't look old. He had black hair and sharp blue eyes. He made one submit to him unknowingly. Frunziar appeared adrift for a moment as he quickly composed himself. Do you know of Backlund's Edward family? Backlund has many Edwards, Klein replied simply. The Edward family that lives at 18 Delahire Street in Northwest Borough, Frunziar pressed anxiously. Klein shook his head. Northwest Borough no longer exists. Northwest Borough no longer exists. Frunziar repeated those words as his voice grew softer. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. I've no idea how many years have passed outside, but it should have been quite a while. Edwina told me the actual year, but I don't remember the year I entered. I was sleeping most of the time, and time here seems to be frozen. Obet Zoroast chuckled upon hearing that. That's because you have bad luck. Back when we were passing through cities and villages, everything was perfect. He looked at Klein, Anderson, and Dinitz. Back then, we lived in places with humans, with intelligent races. We got married again and again, seeing our wives turn old, grow weak, and die. Before a new member joins, we would forget our goals. We would lead ordinary but happy and relaxed lives for decades or centuries. The only con is that we aren't able to bear our own children. Later, Frunziar came. We entered this region blanketed by ice and snow. We hunted many monsters, but gradually we began to fall into a slumber. We were seldom awake until we met Edwina. This means that time in the book world flows normally. The story's progress is maintained by a certain power that influences the main lead's party. Before new members join and before the book's pages flip, they'll stop and stay at a certain node, doing other things. This is similar to the intertranslation of languages at the mind level. Conversely, does this also mean that towns and villages in the book world also develop normally? Yes, I have to quickly find King of the North Yulisan. Otherwise, with the passage of time, we might also experience that influence and fall into a slumber, or forget the main quest. We'll stay here for a long period of time until a new member is swallowed into the book and finds us. Klein fell silent for a few seconds. Just as he was about to say something, Edwina said, "There's no need to worry about that problem. We will soon encounter the King of the North." "Why?" Anderson and Maubert asked in unison. Edwina surveyed the area and said, "Before I entered, the stuck pages in the book only had a few more pages. And now, with you entering and finding the camp, there definitely can't be many pages left. The story is about to come to an end." Maubert nodded indiscernibly in agreement with Edwina's judgment. Anderson softly mumbled terms such as stuck. Edwina then introduced Klein, Anderson, and Danitz as she made an example of herself and sat down beside the bonfire. Klein took off his hat and held it with his cane. He slowly sat down and looked at Maubert Zoroast, who was inclined to chat. "Have you heard of the Tudor Empire and the Trunzoist Empire?" He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. That was Guermont Sparrow's persona. "No," Maubert shook his head. "Edwina has already asked me. Hey, in my era, the Tudors and Trunzoists were just like my Zoroast family. We're aristocratic families of the Solomon Empire, and we're loyal subjects of the Black Emperor." So the Trunzoist and Tudor families were traitors of the Solomon Empire, Klein thought and said. "Apart from you, what other aristocratic families did the Solomon Empire have?" "Many." Maubert smiled as he looked at Frunziar. "Augustus, Abraham, Zaratul, etc. In my era, the Church of the Evernite Goddess's archenemies were the Church of the God of Combat and the Southern Continent's Aegir's family. The churches of the Lord of Storms, Eternal Blazing Sun, and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were all at odds with each other, all of them hoping to gain the support of the Solomon Empire." He paused for 2 seconds as his expression gradually turned solemn. "Back then, deities walked the land and not in the astral world." Chapter 6, 198, 5th King of Angels. Deities walked the land and not in the astral world. In the early 4th Epoch, during the era of the Solomon Empire, there was no distinguishing between the worlds of myth and reality. Deities directly walked the land without the need for a descent. This is somewhat similar to the Second Epic, as written in the City of Silver's books. The Giant King's Court and other locations are separated by a door in the real world. They just needed to pass through it and return the same way. Mortals and deities mixed together in the chaos and darkness. Also, the astral world really does correspond to deities. After hearing Viscount Maubert Zoroast's description, Klein instantly began connecting the dots. He subconsciously swept a glance at Grossel, as this giant was very likely someone who had experienced the history of the Second Epic. Grossel picked up a cup larger than a wooden bucket and gulped down some melted snow as he laughed. "Maubert, what's there to be surprised about? Why are you so solemn? I've no idea why I became so solemn either." Bit by bit, Maubert Zoroast revealed a smile. "Ha ha, it might be something very normal for us. but in their eyes it's terrifying and unbelievable. I have to use a suitable expression to describe it in order to achieve a satisfactory result. Do you still remember Frunziar's expression when we told him those stories in the very beginning? He almost knelt down to seek forgiveness from the Lord of Storms. Klein, Danitz, and company were momentarily unsure of the expression of words they should use to respond. Anderson leaned over to Germán Sparrow and said with a suppressed voice, "I think he has the talent to be a provoker." He appeared to be suppressing his voice, but his words could be heard by everyone present. Mobet didn't mind as he chuckled, before continuing. "I know that you aren't very convinced and find it unbelievable that deities walked the lands, just like Edwina's previous reactions. I can give you 2 examples. The Chasm of Storm on Parsu Island and the Tenebrous Heaven in the Amantha mountain range were the divine kingdoms of the Lord of Storms and Evernight. They were divine kingdoms located on land. They were divine kingdoms separated from the real world by a mere illusory door. Parsu Island, isn't that where the holy altar of the Church of Storms is? The Amantha mountain range. Amantha means serenity in Hermes. This refers to a holy cathedral, the Cathedral of Serenity. When the deities no longer walked the land, their kingdoms became the headquarters of their respective churches. Klein instinctively believed that Mobe Zoroast wasn't lying as he used it to come to certain conclusions. Danitz was puzzled and horrified by what he heard. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but when he saw his captain listening attentively, Germán Sparrow, who was in thought, and Anderson Hood, who wore a look of interest on his face, he could only hold back his urge as he sought a better, more comfortable seating position. At that moment, the elvish songster Ciatus, who was in charge of the perimeter, walked in and said with contempt, "Do not mention that fake god. The authority of the storm only belongs to the king of us elves." Her voice was clear and beautiful, but her tone was filled with anger and irascibility. It felt as though she would raise her hands at any moment to shoot an arrow at Mobe Zoroast. "All right, I will use the words fake god." Mobet raised his hand to adjust his sharp and hard black hat. Ciatas retracted her gaze. She then said to the former Loan soldier, Frunziar Edward, who wasn't a staunch believer of the Lord of Storms, "It's your turn." Frunziar raised his head a little, his expression in a trance-like state. Apparently he hadn't noticed the conversation and argument from before. He drew the iron-black sword beside him and walked towards the cave entrance. Klein observed for a moment and took the opportunity to speak to the elf, Ciatas. "Do you know of Queen of Calamity, Kohinum?" He wasn't actually sure if Kohinum was Elf King Sonyathrim's subsidiary god, Queen of Calamity. His inquiry was for elvish songster Ciatas to give him the answer. Ciatas's gentle and exquisite face immediately produced a trance-like expression, like Frunziar's. "I haven't heard her name in a long time. She is the queen of us elves. Mobet and Frunziar didn't even know of her existence. Where did you encounter her? No, learn of her situation." As she spoke, Ciatas's tone became urgent. At that moment, Danitz looked at Germán Sparrow in surprise, reflecting over the revelation that the madman was so knowledgeable. He was even able to share a common topic of interest with an elf from ancient times. "I never expected you to be a scholar. I really couldn't tell. Couldn't tell at all." Anderson sighed as he shook his head. This Admiral Iceberg. Edwina likewise cast her gaze at Klein. Her limpid blue eyes had a strong desire to learn from him. Klein answered frankly, "I've once entered a ruin belonging to Queen of Calamity Kohainem and obtained some items." "Ruin," Ciatas ruminated over that word in a soft voice, her tone having seemingly lost something unimportant, but something that she couldn't bear to part with. From the situation inside, she might not be truly dead. After seeing Ciatus's eyes light up, Klein went straight to the point. Do you have the Ocean Songster's potion formula? Can I use something to exchange for it? He felt that being honest and direct with a Beyonder from the Storm Pathway was the best choice. Ciatus thought and said, use one of Her Majesty's items for the exchange. I only obtained a wine cup made of gold. It's already been crushed flat. Complicated patterns are engraved on it, with the Elvish phrases Calamity and Kohinum. Klein didn't hide the truth. I know about that cup. It was the cup Her Majesty loved the most, Ciatus said, unable to hide her excitement. Deal? The cup is outside. Klein had no intention of heading above the gray fog in front of everyone. Ciatus nodded. I understand. We will complete the transaction after we leave this book. Having said that, she pressed her palms together. The storm will definitely belong to the elves. Before anyone spoke, she asked curiously, what else did you discover there? Some murals depicting the Elf King battling an ancient sun god. Klein shot a glance at the ascetic, Snowman, who believed in the Lord that created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient god. With his back still facing the fire, the middle-aged man who was facing the stone wall finally opened his mouth. No, he isn't the sun god. He is our Lord, the Father of all things, the great source of everything. He wasn't battling the Elf King, but taking back the authority which belonged to him. Just as Snowman said that, Ciatus stood up and aimed her arrow at him. Suddenly, this elvish songster's plaited black hair flared up in violation of the laws of nature. The strands of hair were distinct, and they were all swirling with silver lightning, emitting a strange, deep blue luster. Just as Ciatus was about to release the arrow, a huge grayish-blue palm appeared before her, blocking the arrow tip, without any fear of being struck. It was the palm of the giant Grossel. One of the traits of this race was its exaggerated limbs. They were so long that they appeared a little distorted. Therefore, simply by sitting there, he could stop Ciatus by extending his arm. All right, Snowman, cut it out. As you know, Ciatus is an elf who likes to put actions before words, Grossel said to the ascetic, before turning his head to the elvish songster. Ciatus, we are companions who can leave our backs to each other. We have experienced plenty of dangers together. You can retort Snowman and even beat him up, but do not attempt to harm him. As expected of the lead of the book, he's filled with positivity. But what's the difference in beating him and harming him? Klein couldn't help but mumble. Ciatus grunted and sat back down, turning the mood heavy and silent with a level of awkwardness. Giant Grossel used his single vertical eye to survey the area before chuckling. Then I'll talk about my past. Before entering this book, I lived in the Giant King's court. I was one of the guardians of the Waning Forest. It's somewhere only our king can enter. Rumor has it that buried inside it are his parents, who also form the origins of us giants. The Giant King's court is formed of many parts, and the Waning Forest is one of them. Buried in there is the most ancient ancestor of the giants. Klein listened attentively, only wishing to ask more. Heat, to him, this was more valuable than the fourth epic's history. This was because the City of Silver's hope likely laid in the Giant King's court. However, before he opened his mouth, Edwina spoke before him. Grossel, what did the book look like when you received it? Grossel raised his hand to rub his cheeks. It had nothing like an empty book waiting to be written. I even thought that Grossel might be a completely fictional character in the book. Klein deliberated for a few seconds and didn't directly ask about the details of the Giant King's court. He turned to say to Mobet Zoroast, "Do you know of Blasphemer Amon?" Blasphemer refers to the entire family of Ammon. They are the arch-enemies of us Zoroasts. It's said that they have a very powerful and terrifying ancestor that even Ouroboros and Medici viewed with great importance. They even feel fear towards him. But no one knows of his actual name, Mobet introduced in detail. Ouroboros, Medici. Yes, back then, the true creator and Rose Redemption supported the Solomon Empire. Klein's heart stirred as he immediately asked, "Then have you heard of the name Sasria?" Mobet was taken aback as he slowly shook his head. "Oh, never." Dark Angel Sasria's name and title vanished after the cataclysm. It was buried. Klein confirmed a fact through this. At that moment, Snowman, who was facing the stone wall, said with a deep voice, "Sasria is the Dark Angel, the leader of the kings of angels, the one closest to the Lord." I was waiting for your answer. Klein cast his gaze on the ascetic and asked in a deep voice, "Apart from him, Ouroboros, Medici, and Ammon, what other kings of angels are there? You don't have to say out all their names." Klein was afraid that it would result in unnecessary reactions, just like the Repenter in Afternoon Town. Edwina Anderson and Danitz were at a loss from the very beginning. This was because the contents of the conversation between Gehrman Sparrow and the few ancient figures were things that they had never heard of. They found it unbelievable that this crazy adventurer knew so many secrets. After a few seconds of silence, Snowman said, "There's also the Angel of Imagination, Adam." Just as he said the name, the entire cave shook. The familiar and crazy tyrannical aura rapidly descended. King of the North Ulyssen had arrived. Chapter 6, 199. Boss Fight, Lone Soldier, Frunzia Edward, who was on guard by the cave's entrance, saw a massive figure descend from the sky just as he moved. It landed on a huge boulder covered in thick layers of ice. The wings, which were covered in a membrane of skin, weren't retracted as they continued spreading outward, nearly blocking out all the surrounding light. The illusory armored scales that resembled frozen ice and the violent, eerie blue dragon eyes were immediately reflected in Frunziar's eyes. He instinctively sensed danger as he raised his iron-black sword and leaped to the side, rolling far away from where he was standing. Almost at the same moment, King of the North, Ulyssen opened its mouth, silently spewing out a distorted icy blue flame towards the cave. It froze everything in its wake. Moments later, the icy blue flames produced a tidal wave formed from illusory light as they surged into the dark cave, sealing everything it passed in ice. The words, Angel of Imagination Adam, were still flashing across Klein's mind as he couldn't help but recall Emperor Rosel's description of the Twilight Hermit Order. Their mission was to revive the original creator, and they had a high sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway among their ranks, or even the uniqueness. The means in which they summoned the members was through a true dream that connected the eastern and western ends of the continent. Furthermore, it had the characteristic of being detected upon being mentioned. But even so, he still instinctively reacted in response to the impending danger. He lunged sideways, dodging towards the uneven parts of the cave, attempting to use the rocks ahead to block the attack. However, the surging icy blue light was like a tidal wave that drowned every corner of the cave. It sealed everything, leaving no safe zones inside the cave. Seeing his surroundings turn into an icy cage, a gigantic grayish-blue figure appeared before Klein's eyes. Grosel had stepped forward without a sound. He genuflected with his left knee, leaning his back forward as he stabbed the broadsword in front of him. Light that resembled the dawn of light bloomed as illusory walls formed to the left and right of Grosel, protecting everyone behind them. An icy blue tidal wave surged over, splitting at the erect broadsword before colliding with the light of dawn on both sides. Everything in the mountain cave turned dark for Klein and company before a small source of light was restored. They could still see that the bonfire had been extinguished. It was especially dark, with the dim rays of light outside attempting to tear through the layers of ice. At that moment, every inch of space in front of Grossel was frozen. The giant seemed to become a bug stuck in amber. Right on the heels of that, the sword, which was embedded in the ground, emitted a luster resembling the light of dawn. They mixed together, enveloping Grossel before turning into a hurricane of light that swept outwards. Silently, the layer of ice had a huge hole burned through it as it extended all the way to the cave's mouth. Grossel's grayish-blue figure had vanished from where he was. Elvish songster Ciatus, who hadn't had time to tie her head, held her bow and arrows. Embraced by the swirling gales around her, she charged out the cave without any delay. Dressed in an asymmetrical black coat, the Solomon Empire Viscount Mobit Zoroast mumbled, "Don't be in a rush," or "It's finally here," as he ran, following closely behind Ciatus. The ascetic snowman stood up as well. He tapped his chest 4 times as though he was forming the shape of a cross. "May the Lord bless me." Amidst his hoarse and dry voice, he stepped onto the biting cold ice with his bare feet and ran out of the cave. Klein didn't hesitate either. He didn't draw his revolver, and he kept his hands empty. Together with Anderson, who was clenching Death Brachydont tightly, they ran into the hole in the ice. Dressed in a shirt with complicated patterns, Edwina Edwards looked at Danitz, who was trembling due to the aura of the high-level entity. She said with a gentle but emotionless tone, "Stay here." Having said that, the look in her blue eyes deepened. Gales howled around her, pushing her out of the cave. "Stay here." Danitz was stunned. He subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and saw the walls covered in frost and the completely extinguished bonfire. The cave was silent, with him being the only one left. Denitz's trembling body slowly came to a stop as he turned agape. However, he didn't say a word as he saw his captain's figure disappear from the cave's entrance. Outside the cave, Frunzier Edward, who had just rolled to avoid the first series of attacks, saw Ulisan spread its wings as it was about to leap into the sky, closing the distance between it and his party. He ensured his safety as he steadied his figure and pushed his left palm out diagonally. Immediately following that, he declared a statement in ancient Hermes. "Flying is prohibited here." Suddenly, the frost dragon's wings that blotted out the sky seemed to be weighed down by invisible objects weighing 100 times its body weight. It began flapping them with great difficulty. The King of the North immediately let out a furious roar as the loud sonic boom drilled into Frunziar's ears, making his stagger. With a whoosh, the pair of wings finally managed to flap, stirring up the snow and frost around it into the air. Ouya, although it was difficult on Ulisan's part, it eventually managed to fly. At that moment, disciplinary paladin Frunziar's expression turned solemn. He said a sentence constructed in ancient Hermes once again. "Violators will be punished." Just as he said that, his figure leaped up at a speed which was faster than Ulisan, as though he had been augmented by some unknown power. Ding! Frunziar extended his body in midair as he brandished the iron-black sword in hand, striking down at the King of the North's neck, with his posture speaking great certainty of a hit. A clear crack appeared on the crystalline armor plates as it spread slightly. However, this failed to make Ulisan bleed. The frost dragon didn't even feel the pain as its eerie blue eyes locked onto Frunziar, its expression cruel and tyrannical. It then lifted up its front claws while Frunziar remained in midair without any means of dodging. At that critical moment, a hurricane blew over, pushing the black-armored disciplinary paladin away, causing Ulasan's strike to swipe at air. Its strike caused an explosive boom despite the miss. Elvish songster Ciatas didn't hesitate to take action once she rushed out the cave, saving Frunziar immediately. Immediately following that, her hair flared up in violation of the laws of nature. They were distinct with swirling lightning bolts. She aimed her arrow at the large but slow flying target in the sky, King of the North, before firmly pulling back the arrow. The sky turned dark, as though dark clouds had gathered as lightning bounced through them. Unable to fly smoothly due to the disciplinary paladin's influence, Ulasan suddenly pulled back its wings, swooping down at Ciatas like a high-speed train. At that moment, a grayish-blue figure that left one feeling safe had appeared in front of the King of the North's trajectory. Grosel genuflected once again, plunging the broadsword, which was unusable by human hands, in front of himself. Dawn-like light surfaced, forming an invisible, impenetrable wall. Boom! The collision between the frost dragon and Grosel was like a terrifying explosion. It shattered the layers of ice around them, pushing them outwards. Grosele failed to keep his footing firm as he flew out like a ball, tumbling past Ciatas before slamming loudly into the mountain wall. A huge amount of snow and ice, stalactites, crashed from above, nearly causing an avalanche. As for Ulasan, it wasn't sent retreating. It remained standing in its original spot. Having had its swooping attack interrupted, its hind legs were in the ground as its body leaned forward. It shook its neck before aiming its open mouth at Ciatas. The Solomon Empire's noble Mobe Zoroast had long arrived beside Ciatas. Upon seeing this, he hurriedly extended his right hand and rapidly turned his wrist. Ulasan forgot what it was doing despite having its mouth completely open. It stood there in a daze without continuing its attack. Suddenly, Mobe turned his head and spit to the side. Pui. The spit was ordinary without any special traits to it. Seizing this opportunity, Snowman, the ascetic who came out, raised his arms as though he was embracing God's grace. Then he said to the elvish songster in ancient Hermes, "God says it's effective." With a sizzling sound, the flashes of lightning surrounding Ciatas brightened greatly as they surged out, entangling with the arrow. She released her grip as an arrow shot out. Boom! Dark clouds gathered in the air as a thick bolt of lightning smote down, augmenting that arrow. The arrow turned completely silver as though it was shot from the god of lightning. It struck Ulasan's forehead at a completely unavoidable speed. Layers of ice disappeared as the illusory armor plating cracked. The arrow stabbed into the King of the North's head, making it let out a deafening cry. Light blue blood gushed out and quickly froze as the frost dragon's ugly face shook violently as silver bolts zapped at it. At that moment, Klein and Anderson came out of the cave. Disciplinary paladin Frunzier had tumbled onto the ground before standing up again. Grosel extended his palms from the snow pile, rubbing his head. He didn't appear seriously injured. With so many teammates, I don't have to be the main assault force. I can attempt to control Ulasan's spirit-body threads. From my observations, it doesn't seem to have the defensive abilities of a demigod. Of course, it's much stronger than a Sequence 5. A 5-meter radius is a little dangerous. Klein looked at the frost dragon as he quickly had an idea. Chapter 700, Excellent Teamwork, King of the North. Ulissan's tragic cries rapidly turned into a roar. Following that, a snowstorm engulfed the area outside the cave, reducing the visibility to less than 5 meters. Howling gales swept up dense goose feathers as they covered every inch of space. Meanwhile, an icy blue halo rapidly extended outwards, clinging close to the ground. It left frozen ice everywhere in its wake as it passed. Klein, who had his vision and hearing affected by the blizzard, instantly had the corresponding scene surface in his mind. He hurriedly bent his knees and kicked his heels, jumping high up, allowing the icy blue halo to sweep underneath him. As for Mobet Zoroast, who wasn't adept at combat, he was already too close to the icy blue halo when he noticed it. He didn't have the time to jump up. At that moment, he was hoisted up by his shoulders as the bottom of his feet had a tempestuous hurricane lift him up into the air. With this combination, he instantly flew up into the sky, avoiding the outcome of being frozen. Mobet turned his head and, without surprise, saw the deadpan Ciatas. This elvish songster could only muster up strong winds to glide forward due to the law forbidding flight. Anderson, Edwina, Snowman, and Frunziar reacted accordingly, jumping in time and dodging the attack without succumbing to it. Only Grossel, who had just pulled out his broadsword from the snow, was hit in the legs by the icy blue halo, as he couldn't dodge in time. Layers of ice instantly surged upwards as Grossel stood on the spot, like a frozen corpse. Whoosh! The exaggerated blizzard obscured all the Beyonders' vision, making them lose their vision of the Frost Dragon. All they could do was passively defend against any attacks. At that moment, Snowman, who hadn't dropped to the ground, spread out his arms once again and said solemnly in ancient Hermes, "God says it's ineffective." The violent blizzard suddenly calmed down significantly. Be it the tempestuous hurricanes or the dense snowflakes, they were weakened or had been cut in half. Ciatas vaguely made out a gigantic face with an ugly lizard-like face. The broken arrow was still embedded in its forehead. Ulisan had taken the opportunity to close the distance between them. Ciatas didn't panic. The strong winds suddenly changed directions, sending Mobe and her floating backward. Meanwhile, her chilled, pale lips opened as she sang in ancient and abstruse Elvish, "The rocks are destined to be shattered by the waves. The trees are destined to be struck down by the winds. The mountains are destined to crumble by the lightning." As every word in Elvish was rich and filled with meaning, the constructed sentences were extremely succinct. Therefore, the lyrics didn't waste too much of Ciatas's time. Furthermore, from the moment the first word was spoken and from the beginning of the beautiful and forceful rhythm, the winds in the blizzard began to experience changes. The howling sounds of wind turned chaotic as it spread out in every direction. Ulisan's massive figure once again appeared before Klein and company's eyes. When Ciatas sang the third phrase, disciplinary paladin Frunciar had already pushed out his right palm and profoundly said in ancient Hermes, "Imprison." Instantly, the frost dragon, which was about to rush Ciatas and Mobet, had frozen on the spot. Surrounding it were layers of transparent walls. And as Frunziar said that softly, Edwina, who had just found her footing, made her light blue eyes turn black. Inside them flowed a sticky liquid that seemed to be the manifestation of all the evil in the depths of one's heart. She gently clenched her right palm as Ulisan stood up with a roar, instantly ripping apart the effects of imprison. The frost dragon's eerie blue eyes were filled with blankness and pain. It seemed to be still immersed in the emotions of sudden madness and ruthlessness. Even though this was a state it was always in, to have it fully triggered was uncomfortable. Without a doubt, it was a dragon who found it difficult to control its emotions. Seizing the opportunity of Ulisan's brief pause, Anderson Hood condensed a burning white spear in his hand. Then he bent his back and threw it out. Without waiting for the outcome, flames appeared under the strongest hunter's feet, turning the ice into liquid. So, the spear accurately struck the frost dragon's half-open mouth, quickly melting the thick armor plates of ice, with the excess force penetrating the upper part of its forehead. Uli-san let out another tragic cry as its hind legs stomped backward, sending its body lunging forward. It stayed close to the ground as it rushed towards Anderson with a terrifying speed. The only thing in its eyes was this worm that had dealt significant amounts of damage to it. Schwing! The snow split apart as a deep and wide chasm opened up in the ground. It emanated all the way to where Anderson was as it continued extending. Bang! With its terrifying inertia, the frost dragon slammed into a boulder covered in thick ice, shattering its outer shell and cracking its interior. If Anderson had collided with it, the strongest hunter was bound to turn into meat paste. Even being brushed was likely to lead to his death. However, in a particular spot in the chasm where Anderson was originally standing, there was a dark hole that led straight down. It was just enough for a person to burrow in. A hand held on to the hole's entrance. Through the exertion of force, the strongest hunter, with disheveled hair, jumped out. After he threw the burning spear, he didn't dodge in panic. Instead, he directly used his Beyonder powers to melt the snow beneath his feet, and he burned the underlying soil. Silently, he created a hole that wasn't too deep. Following that, he sank himself into it by crouching, perfectly dodging the King of the North's charge. At that moment, a pure beam of light descended and struck Grossel, quickly melting the ice encasing him. Snowman had used an offensive blow to remove the restrictions placed on the giant guardian. With the explosive light of dawn, Grossel raised his broadsword and charged to the frost dragon with wide strides before cleaving down wildly. Bang, bang, bang. Grossel was only a meter shorter than Uli-san's non-humanoid form. His strength was equally ridiculous. As he clashed repeatedly with Uli-san's front claws, occasionally wavering and retreating at times, he quickly recovered by taking a step forward and engaged his opponent. With the giant guardian occupying the frost dragon's attention, the others reacted accordingly with relative composure. Snowman maintained his spread arms as a sun-like halo appeared around him. It quickly spread outwards, warming up all his companions and giving them immense courage. Furthermore, he carefully ensured that it avoided the King of the North. Not far from him, Ciatus's hair flared up as she drew her bowstring. She shot out arrows that appeared to be formed by wind blades or lightning. Due to the massive target, every single one of her arrows had hit her target. Furthermore, all of the arrows struck the same spot, the frost dragon's shoulder. Mobezorast worked with Grossel, occasionally stealing the thoughts the King of the North had and was about to execute, making it pause briefly. At other times, he would attempt to steal its powers, but in the few times he didn't have any success. With the pitch-black sword, Anderson carefully circled to the frost dragon's flank and attempted to strike a particular spot. Disciplinary paladin Frunziar brandished his iron-black sword, using prohibition and imprison to aid Grossel's brawl with the frost dragon. Without his restraints, even if the giant was a guardian, he would have long been sent flying, suffering from a fatal stomp or the spewing of breath. Klein looked at Edwina and raised his hand to point at himself. Invisibility. He didn't know if she had the ability to mimic this power. If it wasn't possible, he needed to consider using other methods. Edwina didn't ask why, as her light blue and limpid eyes immediately reflected Gehrman Sparrow's body, which lost its color and turned transparent. Following that, Klein's figure became faint and vanished. After confirming his condition, Klein quickly ran towards the intense clash between the giant and the dragon. With a roll, he arrived by the King of the North's left foot. Then, as he focused on dodging Uli-san's feet while it did battle, he emanated his spirituality to control the illusory black threads with the spirit body threads vision he had long activated. Right on the heels of that, he would roll or leap around, in search of space beneath or around the frost dragon. Su, su, su. Silver lightning arrows and pure azure wind blades landed in a small region, shattering the armor plates of ice, tearing apart the resilient skin. Soon the frost dragon's right shoulder was a swath of light blue. The corresponding claw's motions also appeared to slow down indiscernibly. Disciplinary Paladin Frunziar acutely noticed this point. As he dodged the icy blue breath, he pointed in that direction and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death." With a bursting sound, the blue blood flowing from Yulisan's right shoulder instantly dried up, and the tear allowed its translucent bones to be seen. At that moment, Edwina used a palm-sized brass mirror and reflected parts of Yulisan's body in it. She reached out her right hand and grabbed at the mirror surface, pinching the reflection within. Then, she forcefully pulled outwards. Yulisan's wound instantly worsened. It kept spreading as though it was about to lose one of its front claws. It let out a tragic cry as it suddenly raised its body, standing on its hind legs. Light blue light that was almost white surged out of the dragon. In 100-meter range, the temperature plummeted, followed by a fearsome force. Suddenly, all the Beyonders were sealed in ice. Their bodies became extremely cold as they turned very stiff. They couldn't help but tremble. Ciatas, Mobet, Edwina, Klein, Grosselli, Anderson, and Frunzier all shared similar symptoms. The only one who barely maintained his mobility was the ascetic Snowman, thanks to withstanding the training of being frozen countless times. He maintained his spread arms, half-closed his eyes, and solemnly said, "God loves everyone." Sunlight tore through the wind and snow as the warmth began to melt the feeling of being frozen. Bang! Ulisan sent Grossel flying with a claw, severely injuring the giant guardian by leaving a depression in his chest. It temporarily ignored the rest as it targeted Snowman, Blitz rushing him. Snowman has no one protecting him. It's about to move beyond a 5-meter radius. Klein watched this scene, feeling somewhat numb. He had the urge of running into the cave to pray to himself before using the Sea God scepter above the gray fog to respond. At that moment, a scarlet fireball appeared beside the ascetic before the frost dragon arrived. Then it exploded without any reservations, sending him flying. It was from the strongest hunter, Anderson. At that moment, Edwina had produced a fireball in her hand and threw it at Yulisan's back, but she failed to hit it. She was creating a passageway for Klein to phase over with the fire. She had learned from Danitz of this ability German Sparrow had. Chapter 7, 101. Giants Never Retreat. Ulyssen arrived at Snowman's location, but he failed to hit anything. It slid past, leaving behind a deep chasm. Behind it, fireballs exploded afterward, producing bursts one after another. Klein's somewhat stiff figure flashed about thanks to the fire. The King of the North didn't manage to open up a gap from him as the 5 meters was maintained. By the time Ulisan came to a stop, Klein, who was still invisible, suddenly sensed something amiss. A corresponding scene appeared in his mind. He lunged forward as he clung close to the ground and appeared underneath the frost dragon. Meanwhile, Ulisan's thick and powerful tail had swung over, lashing it towards the nearby Ciatas and Mobet. Whoosh! With a loud crack, Mobet was sent flying as he dodged the frost dragon's tail. As for Ciatas, she failed to keep up. Although she had the aid of the gales to retreat and reduce the force, she had been struck in the side. The strike shattered the thick, illusory scales that surfaced over her body while her ribs fractured. She was also thrown out, but thanks to the wind, she didn't fall too hard onto the snow. If it were Mobet or Anderson, this strike would have instantly killed them. Thankfully, the storm pathway had the corresponding illusory scales to protect her. Furthermore, every sequence advancement brought about corresponding improvements. Ciatas was only heavily injured, but she didn't lose consciousness. She didn't even completely lose her mobility. At that moment, Ulisan's neck moved as it widened its mouth, spewing out a light blue beam of light. The beam of light swept past Snowman, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Edwina, Frunziar, and Anderson were blocked by the huge dragon's body. They couldn't help him in time with the use of their other Beyonder powers because of the distance. Bang! The frost dragon leaped up a little and turned around. When it hit the ground again, it left a slight tremor. At that moment in time, it was clearly in a terrible state. The crack on its right shoulder was abnormally nasty. Although the frozen light blue liquid barely stopped the wound from worsening, its corresponding claw was nearly maimed and could hardly be used. Many of the illusory scales on its body had shattered and abnormally dimmed. It was as though they had lost large amounts of vitality. Regardless, it had severely injured and restrained 3 of its opponents. The situation was much better than before, especially with Grosel being seriously injured. It was no longer caught up in battle, and could now attack as it wished. Upon seeing this scene, Edwina's light blue eyes turned black again. Sticky, vile thoughts slowly flowed. She suddenly clenched her right palm, causing Ulisan to raise its head in a roar. It was in excruciating pain as light blue liquid flowed from the corner of its eyes and mouth. At that moment, the only thought on the frost dragon's mind was to purge the emotional disturbance from its spirit body. Taking the opportunity, Edwina's eyes lit up and turned extremely pure. The light of dawn around her had quickly materialized into a sword. She wanted to play the role of a guardian to fend off the King of the North. She believed that German Sparrow definitely had his reasons for staying by Ulisan's side while being invisible. All he needed was time. At that moment, a figure enveloped in the original light of dawn had charged at the frost dragon. It was none other than the giant Grosel. His chest had sunk in. His grayish-blue skin was pale, and the broadsword in his hand had web-like cracks. However, he still bravely faced his enemy. Grosel cleaved at his target like he was burning up his life, emitting light and warmth. Giants never retreat. Amidst his roar, Grosel parried the frost dragon's repeated blows, and he managed to dodge the ice-blue breath in time due to its maimed front claw. Imprisoned, Frunziar ran over and began to restrict the King of the North's actions. Edwina also worked in tandem with him. Once Ulisan's rage allowed it to escape the restraints, she triggered its emotions again, allowing the restriction to continue and prevent the charge from happening again. At this moment, Anderson switched between throwing burning white spears and fireballs. Again and again, he dealt severe damage to the frost dragon. After Mobay managed to catch his breath, he continued stealing its thoughts or powers, stopping the frost dragon's attacks. Ulisan attempted to spread its wings a second time. It flew into the air a second time, sending snow flying. But with Frunziar adding another flight restriction, it could only give up when it sensed the difficulty in doing so. Klein, who kept switching positions by its feet, gained a deeper control of its spirit-body threads. It had long reached the 20-second threshold, but he failed to achieve success. This was because the King of the North's spirituality was extremely potent. After a while, there was a clang. Grosel's broadsword was tainted by the frost dragon's breath as he was struck by its claw. The former shattered completely, turning into countless fragments as they flew everywhere. With sputtering sounds, the invisible walls in front of Grosel reached their limit as they let through several fragments that impaled his head and chest. Frunziar, who was similarly nearby, failed to dodge in time. The side of his armor collided with the fragments as his side was mangled. Giants never retreat. Grossel roared loudly once again. The light of dawn radiated from him once again as a sword made of pure light appeared in his palm. As the dark red blood on his face flowed, he parried the frost dragon's strike. At that moment, Klein was flicking the spirit body threads before he finally saw the opportunity to achieve initial control. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Ulisan's actions instantly froze as all its joints seemed to grow rust. The frost dragon immediately became alert and sensed that the source of the danger came from beneath it. Seizing the moment before its thoughts came to a complete halt, it instantly made the decision to sit down. It wanted to quash the despicable fella. Suddenly its mind went adrift, having forgotten what it wanted to do. And about 20 meters away, Mobet Zoroast's knees buckled as he sat strangely on the snow. Klein took the opportunity to move his feet, walking to the side of the frost dragon's hind legs at a decent speed. His invisibility was beginning to wear off. After all, the mimicked ability definitely couldn't compare with the original. He extended his hands halfway as his spirituality jumped, his actions akin to controlling a huge puppet. Sheikh. Bang. Ulisan, whose thoughts were already slowing down, finally recalled what it wanted to do. Its hind legs slowly bent as its hefty figure smashed downwards, but all it did was send snow and dust flying. No. No good. Have to. Do that. Thoughts flashed through its mind sporadically as its heart suddenly contracted, condensing a terrifying light blue halo. This was the Beyonder power stemming from its life. It could create a cold hell. With this, Klein and company would completely freeze. If not for Snowman's experience and powers being capable of restraining that state, more than 1 or 2 Beyonders would have died. However, with it under Klein's control, everything Ulisan tried to do was clearly impeded. Edwina acutely noticed the source of danger, which she previously had no idea about. Immediately, she clenched her right fist, detonating the frost dragon's strong emotions. The King of the North's figure trembled in slow motion as the light blue halo that it had just converged scattered out of control. It failed to interfere with its environment. Ah! The frost dragon's mouth slowly opened as it let out a stuttering cry. Ziatas stood up with great difficulty the moment she recovered a little. Upon seeing the situation, she immediately held back her pain and drew her bow. Her hair flared up again as heavy dark clouds appeared in midair once again. 2 different silver bolts of lightning added radiance to each other as they surged onto the bow, forming a terrifying arrow that swirled with a bolt of lightning. Ziatas's face twisted as she released the arrow. The silver bolt of lightning instantly penetrated Ulisan's chest, with a whoosh, tearing open a ghastly wound. Flames spewed and lightning bolts sparked inside its wound, causing greater damage. At that moment, Anderson's eyes lit up. A blazing white flame enveloped his body as he transformed into a stream of light, accurately shooting straight for the wound. Pitch-black marks rapidly surfaced on the frost dragon's abdomen, as though someone was scribbling over it. Ulisan's thoughts weren't as slow due to the intense stimulation. As it struggled to flap its wings, it soared up into the sky. Flying is prohibited here. Frunciar added more restrictions in a timely manner. Bang! King of the North fell to the ground again as its pitch-black marks on its abdomen tore open. Light blue blood and damaged organs spewed out like a waterfall. Anderson took the opportunity to jump away from the dragon's body. The flames over his body had extinguished as a transparent layer of ice covered him. Cold. It's really cold. He held Death Brachydont as he stiffly jumped away. His body was constantly trembling. Klein, who had nearly allowed the frost dragon to escape his binding, achieved initial control again. He made Ulasan's thoughts of making everyone present die with it slow down as it suffered from theft and explosions. Its long neck slowly looked up as it let out a slow whimper as its body collapsed bit by bit. During this process, Klein didn't attempt to stop Ciata's and company's continued attacks. He knew very well that to turn the frost dragon into a marionette needed far more than 5 minutes. There were too many accidents that could happen in that span of time. Frunziar stood straight while panting. With the side of his body mangled, he pushed forward his swordless palm and declared in ancient Hermes, "Death!" Ulasan's body trembled as it collapsed to the ground like a small mountain made of ice. Light blue light that was nearly white was released from its body as its flesh and body quickly disintegrated. Soon, the gigantic dragon corpse turned into a snow-laden, heavy door that swung outwards. Without anyone mentioning it, all the Beyonders present knew that it was a door leading to the outside world. Finally, success! Grossel laughed out loud as his voice grew softer. Thud! His nearly 4-meter-tall figure fell forward as he held himself up there with a knee. Following that, the light of dawn around him scattered as his aura was almost immediately gone. Grossel, Ciatas and company went over with great difficulty, or great speed. Grossel looked around him slowly, clenching his fist as he gave a good-natured laugh. We succeeded. Giants never retreat. His head with the single vertical eye drooped down when his voice came to a halt. Chapter 7, 102, Epilogue. Grossel. Fronzier, who was closest to the giant, rushed to Grossel and caught him. Then he slowly released his grip and stood up, as though he had just experienced a confusing dream. Ciatas tore out of Mobei's arms, and ignoring the pain all over her body, she ran to Grossel's side with the aid of the wind. She bent down and carefully observed for a moment. Then she nudged the giant and hysterically shouted, "Wake up! Wake up! It's time for us to leave." Her voice softened into silence. Mobei stood by the side, seeing the giant unable to maintain his body as it wavered. Finally, it fell to the ground with a thud. He fell silent for a few seconds before exhaling. At that moment, Anderson and Edwina had already run to Snowman. One used a flame, while the other mimicked holy light to quickly defrost him. As Klein was nearby, he directly arrived by Grossel's side. His spirit body. Thread's vision told him that the giant was dead. Only his spirit lingered, but it was beginning to scatter. This made his damage transfer powers completely useless. From the moment Grossel ignited the light of dawn and engaged the frost dragon in a second battle, he must have prepared himself for death. Klein fell silent. Mobei glanced at him and said with a rueful smile, "To be frank, I've not seen many giants. Most of my impression of them had come from books, teachers, and parents. I always thought that this race was cruel and violent, unintelligent creatures who were closer to monsters. However, Grossel wasn't like that. He was frank, honest, and optimistic. Although he might appear rather silly, he knew better than anyone what was right and wrong. He told me that this was because he wasn't one of those ancient giants. He wasn't even a second or third generation giant. The cruel and violent giants similarly had the ability to reproduce and give birth. As for their descendants, there would be more rational ones appearing from time to time. These descendants would reproduce and have more descendants, allowing the entire giant race to escape from the confines of being monsters. I don't know if I should believe him, but his existence has proven the possibility." As Mobet said that, he suddenly paused as though immersed in his memories. At that moment, Edwina and Anderson helped Snowman, whose body was still a little stiff, walk over. The ascetic struggled as he walked to Grossel's side. Looking at the tightly closed single eye, Snowman gestured the sign of the cross on his chest. He half closed his eyes as he whispered a prayer. Father of all things, the great source of everything, here lies an honest and pure soul. May he enter your kingdom and receive eternal redemption. Ciatas opened her mouth as though she wanted to say that Grossel's faith was in Giant King Ormir, but she ultimately chose to keep silent. She watched in silence as Snowman completed the prayer. We have to leave as quickly as possible. No one knows how long this door will remain open, the elvish songster said as she surveyed the surroundings. Her sorrow and pain left her rather quick-tempered. She looked down at the giant and added in a heavy voice, We can't let Grossel's soul dissipate in this illusory world. We have to bring him back to reality. All right, Maubert immediately agreed. Klein and company didn't object either. Edwina turned her head and shouted at the mountain cave of our ice and snow. Danitz, you can come out now. At that moment, Ciatas's eyes darted around as though she had recalled something. She turned her head and said to Klein, Do you have a pen and paper? Yes. Klein took out the fountain pen and notes he brought around with him. This was a professional trait of being a seer. Ciatas received it and began scribbling on it. She didn't stop, even when Danitz ran out of the cave. Danitz kept silent. He was also in low spirits as well, lacking the joy and excitement he should have with the pending departure from this book world. Finally, Ciatas stopped writing and handed the paper and pen to Klein. The formula you wanted. Aren't we completing the trade only after leaving? Klein mumbled silently in puzzlement. He received the pen and the ocean songster potion formula. As though sensing his puzzlement, Ciatas turned her head and looked at Grossel. She said with a heavy voice, We are now companions. So you can give me the potion formula directly. Klein put the items away and nodded indiscernibly. I'll give you the wine cup after we leave. Ciatas didn't respond. Instead, she nudged Maubert. Bring Grossel along. Maubert looked down at his body, which wasn't too muscular, and his sharp, curvy leather boots. He gave a bitter smile of helplessness and walked to Grossel's thigh. Frunziar silently followed as he bent down to embrace the giant's left shoulder. Anderson looked around and tisked. All of you are injured or weak. Let me do it. He then lifted up Grossel's other shoulder. Klein was just about to help with the other thigh when Danitz rushed over to take the spot. Upon seeing this, he stopped in his tracks. He then watched Anderson and company lift Grossel as they walked towards the illusory snow-laden door. Klein, Edwina, Ciatas, who stumbled as she walked, and Snowman silently followed beside them before they arrived at the exit formed from Ulisan's corpse. At that moment, Klein surveyed the area and discovered that the light blue blood that flowed out from the King of the North had vanished. It was as though it had never existed. Indeed, it's a conjured monster that's almost real. Klein walked behind as he watched Edwina take a few steps forward as she bent her back, placing her palms on the door. Then Vice Admiral Iceberg exerted her strength and pushed open the snow-laden door. Silently, everyone saw everything disappear after turning illusory, then transparent. Rows of brownish-yellow bookshelves quickly appeared before their eyes, along with the orange-yellow sun, which had just set below the horizon, and a desk with a fountain pen, ink bottle, and paper. This was Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina's cabin. Klein quickly placed the middle of the table in his sights, Sitting on it was a book filled with yellowish-brown goatskin. The book flipped to the end as a result of a formless wind. Klein and company then saw the epilogue. With the help of the crazy adventurer and the strongest adventurer, Grossel fulfilled his promise. He led his teammates and slayed the king of the north, but he also ended up sleeping forever in the nation of frost. It didn't even give our ending. Ciatas, where do you plan on heading to next? Mobet released Grossel's thigh as he turned his head to ask the elvish songster. Ciatas's eyes seemed to glaze over for a few seconds before she firmly said, "Seek out my race." Just as she said that, she suddenly saw Mobet's flaxen-colored hair rapidly turn white. His originally smooth face had obvious wrinkles. In just a second, Mobet was dying of old age. Ciatas's heart tightened. Just as she was about to lunge forward, she was surprised to realize that she had lost the strength in her legs at some point in time. With a thud, she fell to the ground and realized that the back of her hands were covered in the aged spots of an elder. She instantly understood what was happening as tears immediately flowed down her face. She struggled as she attempted to crawl towards Mobet. Mobet had similarly slumped to the ground as he crawled towards her while extending his right palm. Ciatas reached out her right palm and grabbed the wrinkled and thin hand. They raised their heads with great difficulty as their pupils reflected one another. The corners of their mouths curled up simultaneously before loosening weakly. Their eyelids drooped down and blocked out the light. Klein, Edwina, Anderson, and Danitz failed to react in time to such changes. They had no idea what they could do as they helplessly watched Grossel's corpse rapidly rot as his flesh and blood evaporated, leaving his skeleton and Beyonder characteristic. As for Mobet, Ciatas, Snowman, and Frunzier, they aged in seconds before breathing their last breath and repeating whatever had happened to Grossel's corpse. Their clothes had either disappeared or turned to dust, their souls dispersed at extraordinary speeds before they were gone. Even the one who lived inside the book for the shortest time had been there for 165 years, Edwina muttered softly as she turned her head to look at that bones which faced the sea and sun. It was none other than disciplinary paladin Frunzier. He was sitting on a chair looking west, where Backland was. Snowman was seated cross-legged to the side. His corpse maintained the posture of praying. That's right. They've lived in the book world for centuries or millennia. With the rules of the outside world, as non-demigods, they should have died long ago. I should have realized this. Why wasn't I wary of this point at all? Could it be? Klein suddenly recalled the psychological influence on Mobet, Grossel, and company as he began having an idea. He once again looked down at the book bound by goatskin. He believed that it had many, many more secrets. This fellow is rather interesting. He died just like that. Anderson looked at Mobet's corpse as he smirked. At that moment, all the Beyonder characteristics had slowly condensed. However, Frunzier didn't produce anything similar to that. Edwina observed for a moment before softly saying, "The potion he consumed was illusory, likewise for the strength he obtained. It's just like that frost dragon. It was likely conjured in the book world. It was almost real." Klein sighed silently. He was momentarily at a loss for words, so all he could do was maintain Gehrman Sparrow's silence. In the next 10 minutes, no one spoke in the captain's cabin of the Golden Dream until the 4 Beyonder characteristics took form. One of them was the size of a fist, resembling a heart. It was covered with holes as it shimmered with the light of dawn. Another resembled a jellyfish. Its translucent exterior seemed to contain azure blue seawater, and inside it were vortices that were occasionally stirred by hurricanes or flashing silver lightning while emitting a faint, ethereal song. Another was a pure, bright crystal that exuded holiness. The last was a baby's palm with 5 thin, stretched-out fingers as it kept changing colors due to the environment. Sigh, we can't just keep watching like this. Finally, Anderson broke the silence. Let's split the Beyonder characteristics. Just as Edwina's light blue eyes were dyed with pangs of fire, the hunter shrugged and said with a wry smile, I believe that they'll have wishes such as this, as we were companions who fought together. Chapter 7, 103. Thank you, Present. Seeing Edwina's gaze warm up, Anderson curled the sides of his mouth and shook his head with a sigh. You're always so inflexible. That's why you aren't able to become an artist your entire life. After sighing again, he looked at the corpse on the chair. We can't keep watching, we have to do something. Doesn't Ciatus wish to find her race? Let's bury her near an elvish ruin in Sonia Island. Mobat looks like he wants to be with Ciatus. We should bury them in the same tomb. Doesn't Frunzjar want to return to Baklund? Burn his remains to ashes, store the ashes in a box, and bring it to the city when possible. If time permits it, then someone can look for his descendants. As for Snowman, it's not known if he believes in the ancient sun god or the original creator. Who knows if the two are the same? To us, it's the same. There's definitely no way to find corresponding cathedrals or altars. Therefore, the only thing we can do is bury him beside Grossel. Grossel? He wishes to return to the Giant King's court, but that's a city in myths and legends. There's no way to find it in the real world. However, there are giant ruins in the northern and southern continent. We can bury him there and allow him to have a proper burial. Giant King's Court. Backland. Klein listened in silence as he deliberated for a few seconds. Leave the ashes of Grossel, Snowman, and Frunzier with me. He believed that in the time to come, the City of Silver would manage to reach the Giant King's court. When that happened, he could hand Grossel's and Snowman's ashes to Little Sun and allow him to bury the 2 ancient figures. As for Backland, Klein needed to return to it, as it was the final destination of his travels. He could then bring back Frunziar, who had left his hometown for more than 165 years. Edwina added, The Golden Dream often goes to Sonia Island. I'll handle Sonia Islands and Mobit's remains. All right, you'll be in charge of the cremation later. Anderson turned to look at Danitz as he chuckled and sighed. Look, everyone plays a part in this. There's no need to feel inferior. He originally imagined that Danitz wouldn't understand his consoling and would glare at him angrily. To his surprise, this well-known pirate's expression turned heavy as he nodded in silence. As companions who faced the King of the North together, let's each choose one. Treat it as though we're inheriting their legacy. Anderson gestured at the shimmering items on the floor. These Beyonder characteristics definitely have remnants of their psyche. I wonder what kind of influence they will bring. Be it concocting it into a potion for consumption or getting an artisan to craft it into an item, there should be something special about them. The former can be digested with the acting method, but nothing can be done about the latter. From the looks of it, you don't know the acting method. Treat it as though I didn't say a thing. The last 2 lines were said to Danitz. Klein didn't have the mood to lampoon Anderson. He looked at the 4 Beyonder characteristics and said, Give Ciatus's to me. This was the main ingredient of an ocean songster. Edwina thought for a moment before saying, I'll take Snowman's. It corresponded to the Priest of Light, which Klein already had one of. Hence, he didn't choose it. Anderson glanced at the remaining two Beyonder characteristics as his gaze paused at the strange item that resembled a baby's palm. I have to say that this guy is very interesting. Perhaps it can be made into a mystical item that can talk to me. That way everyone wouldn't be too lonely. At that moment, the giant's heart didn't have an owner. Klein glanced at Danitz and indifferently said, "It's yours." "Mine? I didn't do anything. I didn't participate in the battle." Danitz was extremely surprised. Klein said simply, "You scouted and took on a risk." To Klein, this was a form of compensation. This was because Danitz had chanted the fool's honorific name and knew Gehrman Sparrow's secret. Therefore, he had to force the faith of the fool on him. Otherwise, it would only leave latent risks. Although this was a risk which Danitz was willing to take, Klein still wished to compensate him. Of course, he hoped that Danitz would view it as a bestowment from the fool. And regardless of exchanging Grossel's Beyonder characteristic for money, using it to purchase the corresponding formula and ingredients, or making it into a defensive mystical item, all of them would be very useful for Danitz. "Take it," Edwina said as she looked at Danitz. "All right." Danitz nodded after a few seconds of silence. After distributing them, Klein took a few steps forward and bent his back to pick up Ciaris's Beyonder characteristic. Looking at the azure-blue seawater sloshing inside the translucent membrane, he could vaguely hear the elf's beautiful singing. Just as he stood up, he saw Danitz nodding as though he was responding to a question. However, no one had spoken. Klein's gaze swept past Edwina's expressionless face and suspected if this mysticism magister was communicating with Danitz in a way others couldn't hear. Seeing Danitz give an affirmative answer, Edwina reached out to pick up Grossel's Travels from the desk and closed it. She then handed it to Klein. "This is a token of my gratitude. Without me, all of you would have defeated the Frost Dragon." Klein didn't reach out his hand as he looked at the book comprised of yellowish-brown goatskin. "No, we definitely would have died. We had no way to defend against the King of the North's final frenzy. Besides, you were taking a huge risk entering the book." Edwina was like a teacher, explaining to him the reasons in a serious manner. "My only request is that you will tell me the answers if you figure out its origins and principles." Klein was very curious about the secrets hidden in Grossel's Travels. He couldn't reject the offer as he reached out to take the magical book. "Okay." At this moment, the importance of the Giant King's court became more obvious. He even thought of buying the black iron key belonging to the giants, and was worth 5,000 pounds while he was at it. However, he didn't immediately make the request, to prevent Edwina from thinking that he was trying to fleece her. He prepared to wait a few more hours, or perhaps tomorrow, before borrowing the key from Vice Admiral Iceberg. He would head above the gray fog to divine its worth before offering to purchase it. Seeing Anderson and Danitz pick up their Beyonder characteristics, Edwina glanced at the darkening sky and said to Klein, "Where are you heading to next?" "Byam," Klein replied frankly. Edwina nodded. "You can head there on the Golden Dream. We have plenty of rooms." Klein nodded indiscernibly as he agreed. Who wouldn't want a free ride? After dealing with the remains and cleaning up the captain's cabin, Edwina walked to the door and opened it. There were gasps of pleasant surprise as the mood in the corridor turned jubilant. "All right, it's fine now." Weena looked around as a smile formed from her cold expression. The crew cheered loudly, making Anderson stroke his chin and frown. "It's more exaggerated than I imagined." Without a doubt, his words were drowned by the ebullient cheers. After everything came to an end, Klein and Anderson left the captain's cabin under Danatz's lead and headed for other rooms on the same level. Half turning his body to look where they were, Anderson suddenly sighed. "Is that it? Although we didn't get to know each other for more than half an hour, people who fought alongside you often leave a deep impression. But to think they suddenly died in a baffling manner. All of them." Klein was silent for 2 seconds before saying, "This world is filled with baffling deaths to begin with." "That's right," Anderson immediately smiled. "That's why optimism is needed to enjoy life. If I were to face death one day, I'll definitely be composed and cool, not losing my elegance at all. I would face it in the most handsome manner possible." "Don't raise flags for yourself." Klein didn't say a word as he entered the room Denitz opened for him. Anderson took the room beside him. In the room, Klein stood at the window as he silently watched the darkening sea for nearly 10 minutes. Then he entered the bathroom, took 4 steps counterclockwise, recited the incantation, and went above the gray fog. Sitting at the high-back chair of the Fool, he conjured the world's figure and made him make a praying pose. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform the Sun that I've obtained the Sequence 6 notary potion formula he wants. I also have clues to the Priest of Light formula and main ingredients. He can delay payment by putting it on credit and pay for it in the future." Klein was doing this to prepare for his advancement to Sequence 4. The City of Silver had rich resources, so it was possible that particular main ingredients, or difficult supplementary ingredients that were hard to come across, would exist over there. Therefore, with him in no rush to get anything, he planned on letting Little Sun owe him. The reason why he didn't say that he had obtained the main ingredients and potion formula for Priest of Light was because he felt that it was too exaggerated. He planned on telling him once Little Sun was more or less done digesting the potion. After checking the conjured scene twice, he transmitted it into the crimson star representing the sun as a stream of light. Afternoon Town. Having just finished patrolling the periphery of the newly established camp, Derek's vision suddenly blurred, and he saw an endless gray fog and an indistinct figure praying inside a dark red glow. Immediately following that, he heard the world's voice and learned that his notary potion formula had been acquired. Mr. World's efficiency is really high. It's the exact number of days that he promised. Furthermore, he even got clues to the Priest of Light potion formula and main ingredients. Derek felt joy after a moment of alarm. He couldn't help but admire the world, wishing that he would possess similar strength and styles in the future. Above the gray fog, the world made another prayer after Mr. Fool confirmed that there weren't any problems with the Ocean Songster potion formula. "Honorable Mr. Fool, please inform Mr. Hanged Man that I've already obtained the Ocean Songster's potion formula and the corresponding main ingredient. I'll give it to him during the next tarot gathering. Please get him to consider what he would like to provide in exchange." Chapter 7.